welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, November the 14th. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. The City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Is anyone participating by electronic means today? No, great, thank you. Okay. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable it. Don't worry about that. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the exits. There are two just beyond the glass doors there. And if for whatever reason that's obstructed or we can't get out, there are 4 exits over here. Please walk calmly. You will be given directions if that happens, and whatever you do, don't take the elevator. It's probably a bad idea. Also, there's a defibrillator at the end of this hall here, so if in the unlikely event that we need one, there is one here. I'd also like to acknowledge that we're hosting today's council meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I really do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and the care that they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I think it is incredibly incumbent upon all of us to unlearn what we've learned in the past and learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. And if we do that, we're going to create an incredibly bright and prosperous future for all of us and all our kids and grandkids and 7+ generations going out. I also want to acknowledge our team at the City of Vancouver. Super proud. I know I speak for all of us on council. Super proud to be working side by side with you. We get to see you guys in action every single day. And I can tell you the love that you show our city. You really care, and our team works incredibly hard, and super proud to be part of your team. So with that, City Clerk, can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague, not here, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner is on a leave of absence all day for personal reasons. Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you. And so before we get into the plan of the day, I do want to make a bit of a statement. BC Lions, our favorite football team in Canada, they had a great season. And I think British Columbians should be really proud of what they achieved. They had a great season. They made a pretty big run in the playoffs. And more importantly, they brought a buzz back to football in our city. And when you see what they've done, be it Amar or Coach Rick or Vernon Adams or the rest of the team, they brought excitement back to our city, and they're engaging kids, and it's affordable, and seeing kids run on the field after the games, it's great. Unfortunately, the Blue Bombers, they did a little better than us, and so I do want to acknowledge the Blue Bombers and Mayor Gillingham and all those winter peggers out there. Congrats, and a bet's a bet. So as much as this pains me, yeah, put this. Boo! Did I boo myself here? Boo! No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Sorry, I got a sense. Yeah. Yeah. So that's okay. We're getting ready for next year, and so all joking aside, Winnipeg, congratulations, and if you can do us a favor and beat those good-for-nothing Argos this week. Did I say that out loud too? I have buddies in Toronto, so I'm sure they're going to make me wear a jersey as well. Anyways, with that being said, congrats. So the plan of the day. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. I also want to. Are we? Oh, sorry. I know the jersey's throwing us all off, isn't it? This feels very uncomfortable. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and the City's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes, and matters adopted on consent, 1 presentation, 1 item of unfinished business, 4 reports and 10 referral reports, 19 bylaws, 1 administrative motion, notice of council member motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. The plan for today is we will break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, and complete the agenda by 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing at 6 p.m. So in camera, council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Great. Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Boyle. All those in favor say yay. Great. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes. Minutes 1 are from the council meeting on October the 31st, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities on November the 1st, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? No. Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Councillor Clausen, seconder. Councillor Kirby-Young. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 1, 2, and 3, and referral reports 1 through 10 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Report 4 is being held to hear from speakers. Council may adopt the recommendations for reports 1 through 3 and referral reports 1 through 10 on consent. Does anybody wish to hold any of these items for debates or questions to team members? And we have Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to hold report 3, funding applications to BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants Program.
Okay, so report number 3. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Right.
I thought there might be interest in holding industrial modernization and intensification framework. Speakers. Oh, speakers. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Good clarification. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items? Okay. Bear with me for 1 sec. Oh. Sorry. Okay, so we have bear with me. Okay, so we have reports 1 and 2 and referral reports 1 through 10 for the consent approval. Would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations before council contained in the reports? Okay, so sorry, moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, so the following have been approved on consent. This one here. So report number 1, 2023 Cultural Grants, Equity Indigenous Artists. Report number 2, Annual Financial Authorities 2024. Referral report number 1, Industrial Modernization and Intensification Framework, Amendments to the Zoning and Development Bylaw. Number 2, CD-1 rezoning 4711 to 4787 Canby Street. Rezoning report number referral report number 3, rezoning 2231 to 2247 East 41st Avenue. So we're good? Great, thank you. Referral report number 3, rezoning 2231 to 2247 East 41st Avenue. Number 4, rezoning 6470 Larch Street. Number 5, CD-1 rezoning 1710 to 1730 East Pender Street. Number 6, CD-1 rezoning 8120 to 8168 Lord Street and 540 West 65th Avenue. Number 7, rezoning 692 West 30th Avenue. Number 8, rezoning 688 West 29th Avenue. Number 9, CD-1 rezoning 4330 to 4408 Arbutus Street and 2092 Natton Avenue. And number 10, CD-1 rezoning 848 Seymour Street. Okay, so we have a presentation. We have one presentation today, the report of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, Task Force. I'd like to note that there's no report for this item and therefore no recommendations. We have team members from the City Manager's Office here to present. Oh, and by the way, actually, no, that's right.
I'm a gunflag, Bill Hampnach, DY, Michelle Bryant-Gravel, the Senior Director, Indigenous Relations for the City of Vancouver. We have one of our co-chairs online, Chairperson Hasalem from Squamish Nation, who will be presenting our update today with other co-chair Councillor Boyle. And the city staff are available to take questions following the update on our progress toward the action plan. Or maybe I'll just check to see if Chairperson Hasalem is online. No? He's not there? Okay. I will cover. Again, we'll respectfully acknowledge that we are on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and we are grateful to live, work, and play on these lands and acknowledge the responsibility that we do have to ensure that these lands are taken care of respectfully. Our agenda today for our update is to provide some background on the United Nations Declaration itself, the City of Vancouver's strategy, where we are in developing the 5-year action plan, as well as progress on the early actions from the strategy and the next steps from where we go from here. In terms of the background and how we got our journey so far, is in 2007, the United Nations passed the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. In February of 2013, Council passed a motion to endorse UNDRIP. And in March of 2021, Council created a motion, passed a motion to establish an UNDRIP task force together with City of Vancouver, as well as Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. In October of 2022, Council passed another motion to endorse the co-created, co-developed strategy for UNDRIP as a framework for reconciliation for the City of Vancouver. In February of this year, 2023, we began work on the action plan as it relates to the strategy and working in co-development with the Intergovernmental Table, which is comprised of elected leaders from City of Vancouver, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. In June, we began to look at the 79 actions and develop a sequencing of those for what will be included in the 5-year action plan. And we started to do the collaborative work starting in September of this year and are continuing this month to work collaboratively with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh staff, with City and Vancouver staff to identify and clarify the actions that will be included in the first 5-year action plan. So a little bit of background on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It's the most comprehensive international human rights instrument regarding Indigenous people. It establishes the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples, and it includes a broad spectrum of rights that apply to Indigenous peoples as individuals and collectives, including the right to be free from discrimination or attempts at assimilation, rights to language and religious, spiritual, and cultural practices, rights to self-determine political, social, cultural, and economic development, and rights to traditional lands and territories. Some of the specific articles in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People include self-determination and self-government, equality and non-discrimination, culture and language, identity and community, religion and spirituality, lands, territories, and resources, environmental stewardship, Indigenous intellectual property rights, health, education, redress, restitution, and free, prior, and informed consent, respect for existing treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. So some of what's included in the articles of the UN Declaration itself, you will also see reflected in the 79 actions that the City of Vancouver has endorsed. The city isn't the only jurisdiction that is working on the declaration as a framework for reconciliation. The province of BC passed the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in November of 2019. Canada passed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in June of 2021. And both BC and Canada now have developed action plans to support the implementation of the declaration. And since 2021, the City of Vancouver has been on a journey with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to implement UNDRIP at the city. The task force was established in March 2021, together with the three nations, and the strategy was endorsed in October of 2022. The city endorsed the UNDRIP strategy and directed staff to work collaboratively to develop an action plan on implementation and to maintain an intergovernmental process with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to carry forward the work. The task force for the Vancouver UNDRIP strategy, it was collaboratively developed with the City of Vancouver UNDRIP. The task force collaboratively developed the City of Vancouver UNDRIP strategy, and the strategy contains 79 calls to action grounded in the UNDRIP articles and has been reviewed by external experts and advisors. The Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh councils also reviewed the strategy and endorsed the strategy prior to the City of Vancouver. This is the first process of its kind that is a truly collaborative process that has strengthened the relationship between the four levels of government. And it's really, it's groundbreaking work. It's work that a lot of other municipalities are looking to us in our development, including the province, and the work that we're doing together with the nations, not moving forward, not presenting them with information ahead of time, but truly co-creating is really transformational work that the City of Vancouver should be proud of. The four themes in the strategy are social, cultural, and economic well-being, ending Indigenous-specific racism and discrimination, self-determination and inherent right of self-government, and title and rights of Indigenous people. I'll pass it over to Councillor Boyle for the second part.
Thank you. It's always a bit strange to be on this side of the podium, but really an honor to get to present this work on behalf of a wide collection of people who have been working on it, and we'll get to the task force or the intergovernmental table makeup, but just want to reiterate the point Michelle made so well about how significant the government-to-government relationship working around the table with the city and representatives from each of the nations together really is groundbreaking and setting a new example for a lot of other local governments. So I get to speak to developing the action plan. As you heard, the strategy itself had 79 actions, and our next piece of work has been has been collaboratively working together on how we focus our efforts in the next 5 years to action those points in the strategy. To do this work, the UNDRIP task force from last term was reconvened by this council in one of our early meetings as the UNDRIP MSTV Intergovernmental Table. The table is working with staff at all 4 levels of government to collaboratively develop the 5-year action plan, which will come to each nation's government and to City Council for endorsement in 2024. The UNDRIP MSTV Intergovernmental Table is made up of representatives from each of the nations, as well as 4 councillors from this council, myself and Councillor Carr, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Young. And it really has been, since the beginning of this work, and really since the year of reconciliation and the city of reconciliation and the work that has led to where we are now, really very intentionally and thoughtfully, always cross-partisan or non-partisan, coming together at the table, us together, as well as with representatives, elected representatives from the nations. The MSTV Intergovernmental Table has been meeting quarterly, and we're supported by incredible staff from each of the nations, as well as, I will just say, an incredible staff team here in Vancouver, some of whom are here, and support across departments across the city as well. So alongside, out of the strategy, alongside working to develop the action plan, Council approved a number of early actions, and so we wanted to give you an update on the implementation of some of those early actions as well. The first update is that we continue to work to implement those. The city staff are working at the speed of trust, and so process to date is really largely incremental, based on building a strong foundation and working alongside staff at the nations and like I said, across departments at the city, to make sure that we're measuring our progress, not by how quickly we get it done, but by the trust and systemic change that we're building in our own processes in implementing these actions themselves. I'll give you a few more specifics. So one of the early actions was to work on this commemoration policy framework in consultation with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. This phase of the work involves joint meetings with ACCS, the Park Board, intergovernmental relations, and the next steps include creating that commemoration framework, including naming commemoration policy, evaluation criteria, and collaboration with the nations. This council and Park Board will see a report on that work in Q1 2024. Another one of the early actions was the development of a historical atlas. So city staff have met with the authors of the Stolo Coast Salish Historical Atlas to learn more about their developmental process, and are working with MST to kind of lay out the scope of an atlas and a signing agreement to support nation staff in moving it forward. Early action number 3 is focused on expanding the city's procurement policy to prioritize Indigenous participation. We've had initial discussions on Indigenous procurement with MST, presented to the City of Vancouver supply chain management organizational structure, and looked at the current social procurement framework to figure out alignment and changes needed, and discussed the outcomes with each of the nations to inform the work. The 4th early action is ensuring MST presence and representation in the public realm, and Council will certainly be conscious of this related to work in Gastown. It also was a significant amendment to the Broadway plan, and so continues to be work in a number of ways. We've secured funding for Squamish Nation ethnography with Gassie Jack's descendants to inform that work in Gastown, and are developing an RFP for a kiosk at Maple Tree Square with the Squamish Nation, and continue the work more broadly as well. Early action 5 is on improving the city's events process to support better partnerships with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. Again, an issue this council is familiar with and has talked a lot about. City staff have commenced early planning for a consultative approach with MST on third-party and city events, and continue to find ways to streamline the event permitting process across engineering, DBL, and the park board. Early action number 6 is building foundational knowledge for city employees on Indigenous rights, history, racism, and respectful relations. So staff convened an internal group to review this action, held 2 Indigenous relations and consultation training courses for staff, compiled a list of training and development consultants from MST for review by the nations, and are planning to assess and enhance the decolonization and reconciliation learning pathway within the city's JEDI framework as well. So again, a whole range of work on these early actions alongside the work that the MSTV Intergovernmental Table is doing to action plan for the coming 5 years. And I will pass it back to Michelle for the next steps.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So just in terms of the next steps on how we are going to get to the action plan, this is transformational and multi-year work, prioritizing Indigenous inclusion at the city. We all know of the painful historical history of Indigenous people and at different layers of government. So we're building on the work that the city has already started in reconciliation. So looking at the reconciliation framework that was completed, the UNDRIP strategy, and continuing on with the action plan. And we're really focusing on doing things the right way, in a good way. And going back to moving at the speed of trust is really important in how we do this and create this change at the city that is transformational and creates the systemic changes that are needed so that our city truly does become a meaningful city of reconciliation. And we'll continue working with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh at every step of the way as we move through this. And like I said earlier, we're not intending to move ahead, but we're moving hand in hand as we do this work together collaboratively. And by doing that, we're building stronger relationships with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and the diverse population of Indigenous people living in the city. The city staff will continue to make progress on the early actions for implementation. And in 2024, the MSTV Intergovernmental Table will bring the 5-year plan to the Nations Councils and Vancouver City Council for recommendation to endorse. The pending approval of the action plan, staff from the city and each nation will work together to advance and implement the action plan. And staff from each government will provide ongoing annual updates to councils on progress as they are being made, including the early actions. And we're currently developing a way with the nations on how to report back that progress as it relates to the strategy, because the strategy does state we will provide a report twice annually, and possibly reviewing a formal update to council and possibly a dashboard update that can be viewed by the general public at any time on the website. And I just want to thank council for their commitment to naming reconciliation and advancing our UNDRIP work as one of council priorities. And I think we're really paving the way for the province in how we do work collaboratively with the nations. So with that, we'll answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Michelle, Christine, thank you for the presentation, and thank everyone for the amazing work you're doing. And needless to say, I think it's pretty clear that we all support the work that you're doing. So thank you. So council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members and the presenters. And I see Councillor Fry, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. And thank you for the presentation. I had a couple of questions on the early actions pieces. So on the first one, commemoration policy, you kind of touched on some work with Vancouver Park Board. I'm wondering if you could expand on where else this work with Park Board is going on, and if there's work going on with Vancouver School Board, not just on things like commemoration and naming, but also on rewilding and planting and those kind of components of.
Yeah, so in the action plan, we have 18 working groups that are working through the actions that are going to be presented in the draft action plan that we present to council. Park Board is part of working groups for almost all of those. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you exactly which ones, but they are participants every step of the way in the work that we're doing to create the action plan. I'm in regular communication with Steve at Park Board, the GM, to just to see how we can even further align the work that we're doing with the nations so that we're also being respectful of nation time and how we are engaging with them, as we're not the only level of government engaging with the nations at this time. In terms of the actions that relate to school board, there isn't one in the current 5-year action plan, but that doesn't mean that we won't reach out to them to let them know what we're doing and how we're engaging in this process. So it's a next step.
Okay, I appreciate that. As far as the third item, which was procurement policies, appreciate this is all early work, and I know in previous work last term at Metro, we saw UNDRIP and reconciliation not factor into procurement policies as were established. What's the roadmap for changing procurement? How does that intersect with like international trade law and that kind of work?
Yeah, no, we're still really in the early steps right now of really identifying what that looks like. So if you think about the development of our action plan in the most simplistic steps of we're still figuring out the what. So what does this action mean and how does this apply, more than how are we going to do it? And the how are we going to do it part will come in the implementation steps. So the action plan will give you a way forward on clarifying what the action is and what our deliverables are. And as we move into the work of implementation after the action plan is developed, that's when we'll get into that even deeper of how we are going to do this and what does this actually look like. And so preliminarily, the meetings are happening with MST on what their priorities are for procurement. And we're also looking at other jurisdictions, like the city of Regina, for example, has a procurement policy, and we're looking at that on how that applies, how that could apply to the city of Vancouver. So we're doing some research right now on what are the best practices so far, and how do we even make those better for here.
Amazing. Okay, thank you for the work on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the update. I know it's sort of a bit of a holding report until we get to the action plan in 2024. I just wondered if you could provide us with a little bit more kind of insight into the early action with respects to events. And, you know, it talks about supporting better partnerships and events permitting, but I wonder if you can speak a little bit about what kind of the opportunities or the desire is from the nations with that, because I know events provide a significant opportunity to expose culture and have people learn and appreciate. But then there's also a note about permitting, which is a little bit more process driven and what that looks like. So can you give us a little bit more of a flavor of that?
Yeah. So it very similar to Councillor Frye's question is we're really defining and clarifying what this is and what does it all encompass. And so part of our process to get to the action plan is having a series of workshops with nation staff to clarify what does this mean for them and how would they like to participate. And then the city saying, okay, let's figure out how we can make this happen. We're currently just going into the second set of workshops this month, where we're further defining those actions. So this is part of it as well. So I don't have a fulsome set of answers for you on this particular question as of yet, because we're still co-creating and co-developing. And that's one of the things that, going back to the speed of trust, is it's doing things differently than the city is typically used to doing them. So staff at the city are used to developing fully developed plans to present to council, which is appropriate. But when we're working with the nations, which are equivalent levels of government, we have to really do things at the speed of trust to know and understand what their priorities are and how do we integrate those priorities with the work that we do. So we're really not planning too far ahead, which is why I really can't give you a fulsome answer to that question, because we're truly co-developing what that looks like right now.
Okay. Um, Is there any particular situation that you could describe that kind of lent itself to how this was identified as a priority? Is it coming more from a desire for consultation, for land acknowledgement, for participation?
Where it comes from is a desire for the nations to ensure that anyone who is visiting Vancouver or a resident of Vancouver knows that they're on Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh land. So how do we incorporate their culture and their traditions and their protocols in the events planning, for example, and the major events that come to the city? The city has done well in past events, stemming from the 2010 Olympics, where inclusion was incorporated and the visibility was very important. So for the nations, it's the inclusion and it's the visibility and the understanding beyond just the performance of who they are as Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people as it relates to the land that the city of Vancouver is on.
Okay, and then just for clarity, are we talking about events that the city is a participant in or leading, or are we talking about all events? Because we permit thousands of them literally every year, from small neighborhood block parties to Catsalano Days, for example.
Yeah, that is currently just being clarified through the workshops that we're going through with nation staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for the presentation. The first question I have really is, can you relay to council how unique this is, not just within BC or Canada, but actually globally? Like, how many other cities have embarked on this journey?
Yeah, so there are cities who have endorsed UNDRIP, but not in the way that City of Vancouver has endorsed it and has committed to it. This work, like I said, is highly transformational and highly inclusive by co-creating and co-developing. And I would say, the province and the federal government did engagement. But in terms of how we are approaching this at the city, through co-development, co-creation with the nations and not moving ahead of the speed in which they want to work is really transformational. And it's, one of the things that I say is it's up to governments and organizations to understand how we reconcile with ourselves in terms of the harms done to Indigenous people. And it's about creating space for Indigenous inclusion. And the city, through this work, is really creating that space and that welcoming environment by taking the time to build the trust for this change to happen. And to identify the nation's priorities, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and incorporating those in priorities at the beginning stages of our work is creating levels of trust that will be seen generationally and creating generational transformation.
Yeah, thanks for that. Several times you've mentioned we're moving ahead at the speed of trust. Can you speak to also the issue of capacity of First Nations, like in terms of moving ahead? Are there issues, or what are the issues around their capacity to be able to engage with the city around the details and the very specifics that might arise as action items?
Great question. And it's a very real concern for the nations. And it's something that we've heard is that the nations want to be at the table, but also understanding that nation staff and nation governance, they're, just as city council is responsible for the constituents of the city of Vancouver, nations are responsible for their communities and governance of their communities. So the work that they're doing with other levels of government, other businesses and organizations, are a strain on their capacity. And ensuring that we are providing capacity funding when we are seeking to engage with the nations is very important, which we do, and so that they can hire staff to do the work with us as well. It has been brought to our attention that the work is going to require a lot more nation capacity, and we're currently in discussions with them on what does that look like, especially as we move to implementation. So we had a timeline to get to an action plan, which is June 2024 is we're seeking to get to that date to bring an action plan to council. However, once we get to implementation, we do have the leniency to move at the speed of trust with each action in that action plan. So there was no commitment that everything in the first five-year action plan is going to be completed, but it will be started and progress will be made. And updates on that journey for these actions will be taken, but also considering the capacity at the nations, because it does fluctuate like any organization. And we have regular points of contact with them, my team monthly and more if necessary, so that we can understand what their constraints are exactly at the time and move on those as accordingly.
I have one more question on 1 minute.
Okay.
And that is, given that really the direction, I mean, UNDRIP is an international treaty. It's being endorsed federally, provincially. What is the interest of the federal, the provincial governments in terms of potentially funding that capacity so that real action can take place at the local level?
Yeah, we continue to ask those questions as well. I know provincially there are grants available for nations, and there are grants, small grants, but that the city can apply for too, in engagement with the work on implementing UNDRIP together with the nations. So there's small pots of money right now, but it's something that I continue to ask my counterparts at the province as well.
Thank you for doing that.
Great, right on time. Great, thank you. Seeing no other questions in the queue, thank you very much for all the work that you're doing, Michelle.
Thank you.
And the team, Christine.
Thank you. Great team.
Thank you. As there is no report or recommendations, this concludes the item. All right, moving on. Unfinished business. We have one item of unfinished business today, which is Building Safer Communities Program, Youth Safety and Violence Prevention Strategy. Now, at the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting on Wednesday, October the 18th, 2023, Council received the staff or team member presentation, asked questions of team members, heard from speakers, and referred debate and decision to the council meeting on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023 as unfinished business. On October the 18th, the report recommendations were moved by Councillor Boyle and seconded by Councillor Carr. Council, are there any questions, or sorry, is there any discussion? And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the recap. This report was deferred, and just to provide some context, because I know it's been a little while, I think that this was a very substantive report that Council received very short notice on, and I think that there was an interest in digesting the report to really understand what the focus of the program and the initiative was, and trying to get a sense of, just get clarity, I think, around what it looked like in terms of the number of potential grantees that would receive this, the focus for the program, if the City of Vancouver got into this, not setting up expectations that we wouldn't necessarily be able to continue to support it and to better understand. And it was a very robust deep dive by staff, but it was a lot of content. And so having sifted through a lot of it, it became, I think, clear that really, when you sort of distill down a fairly substantive document, that it was really around addressing the prevalence of gun and gang violence, and really zeroing in on that and supporting youth, hopefully, that there can be positive interventions before they find themselves or the victims of being sort of put on a path at a very vulnerable point. in their lives. And then subsequently, we heard, I think, from a lot of speakers that really helped and really testament to a lot of the work that the different organizations were doing that I personally found really helped to understand some of the positive work that those organizations could do in terms of intercepting with youth. I still have a concern around setting up a program. I think it's appropriate to have federal funding on this. Gang and gun violence is not unique to Vancouver. We're seeing it in Surrey, spreading into Burnaby and other areas. But I do have a concern around continuing this. So I do have an amendment that I've circulated to council, and I don't know if the
Great. So
mayor
can
wants
we-
to move us to an amendment queue.
Counselor, can we go to the amendment queue, please? Great. Move second, great.
Yeah, so
Counselor Joe. And so can we get the timer started on the amendment queue for Counselor Kirby Young, please? Yeah.
can I go ahead, Mayor?
Just give one sec. It'd be Counselor Kirby Young first, and then replace me with Counselor Klassen, please. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. So are we gonna? Great, awesome. Please go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Sorry, just picking up my train of thought there. So I think, sort of having learned that, I think one of the things, having sat in this chair for a few years now, that I find that sometimes the city tries to do a lot, and there's a lot of power in focusing on sort of trying to support a number of organizations that can be most effective in a space. And I think subsequently we got information back from staff that there is an intention to have a focused allocation of a sort of a finite number of grantees. And so I think that that makes a lot of sense here. Very grateful to receive the federal funding to support this, recognize that it's a couple of year time-bound program and it needs to be expended in that area and within a short period of time. I think the concern here, as with a lot of things that the city of Vancouver has taken on, is that we have limited means to continue these programs. And sometimes when we start them, there's an expectation that we will continue them in perpetuity. And I think it's really important in sending sort of a clear signal that we think this is an important area, but we're going to be needing to look for senior government funding to continue this, and important for the grantees to be able to set up their programs so that they can recognize that this is time-bound funding. And hopefully there's an opportunity to find that and continue it. This amendment stops short, I will say, of suggesting that we reallocate within the City of Vancouver grant programs, although I personally don't think there's many more things that are more important that we could be doing than supporting vulnerable youth. And so I think over the next couple of years of this program, if we're seeing that good results and it's bearing fruit, perhaps there's an opportunity as we adapt to our policies in a number of areas, whether it's on climate or whether it's on buildings or all sorts of things. There's an opportunity to also look within the City of Vancouver's grant program moving forward. In terms of prioritizing this, given the fact that it can pay a lot of dividends if you can intercept youth at as I said, a really important developmental point in their life. The amendment stops short of doing that, but it does recognize that it's time bound. So there's three components to it, which really hones in on the focus with the aim that this is a very focused program and that acknowledges and sets up advocacy now that we could try to hopefully secure some funding beyond 2026 when the federal government's funding will run out. And recognizing that gang violence is cyclical, but we still see the need to support some of the young people in our neighborhoods. And then hopefully we don't have the downstream impact of folks that do fall through the cracks. And then we're putting funds towards other things when it's a lot more difficult to kind of bring people back to a good place. So that's kind of the focus of the amendment. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Now, we're gonna MacGyver this a little bit. Councillor Dominato was next in the queue, but for whatever reason, we can't plug her into the system, so we're gonna run a stopwatch. Councillor Dominato?
Uh,
Or did you pull
I
off?
was not on the queue actually at all, so that might be a past queue, but
Okay, so we don't have to MacGyver this then. Even better, sorry, Councillor Fry, you are up.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I just want to first off acknowledge that I was out of town on civic business when this presentation was delivered, and I want to thank Lainey and the youth and the team and everybody who spoke to this work. I did actually take the time to review the entire proceedings before making my comments today. I appreciate where I think Councillor Kirby-Young's going with these amendments, but I can't really support them. I think it misses the mark on a few things. You know, fundamentally, how it characterizes what this grant is and what it's intended to do. So reading from the staff report, and I'm just going to quote this exactly because I think it really kind of sums up a lot of this. The primary objectives of the federal program include A, to support municipalities to develop community-based prevention and intervention plans. B, to increase the knowledge of the nature, scope, and challenges of gun and gang violence affecting youth, and C, to support recipients to develop a plan to sustain successful prevention and intervention models. So in supporting recipients to develop that plan to sustain these models, it's not an abdication to look to the feds to continue funding it. It's actually, this Fed funding is standalone to the degree that we want to set up success for the future. We don't want to be reliant on a future handout from the federal government. Otherwise, we just drop this work and we don't address the very serious needs for young people in our society. And I think furthermore, this is really about building these sort of community-based interventions. And we want to use this opportunity to build those tools so that they are self-sustaining, so that we're not reliant on a federal government handout or we're not doing anything. And I think that we, you know, again, I appreciate that. I believe the intent of this is to not put the city on the hook for a future spend of this nature, and that's a worthwhile concern. But I think that this amendment, as it's penned, really misses the mark about what we're trying to do with this work, and it's to build capacity. It's to build systems that will prevent youth violence, and not just guns, but as we heard, things like bear spray and just physical assaults, and how we're engaging with young people who we know, especially coming out of COVID-19, are really struggling with mental health, with social isolation, with all the myriad of things that actually affect kids. So I don't want to shortchange the youth that we're trying to help. And I think this amendment misses the mark in attempting to do that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to support the amendments as presented, and thank you, Councillor Fry, for your comments there as well. I just wanted to just say that I was most impressed by the presentations and the speakers that we heard several weeks ago, and would like to just give direction to staff that like other jurisdictions, I believe the City of Surrey has recently been able to get their funding renewed for this program. Take it upon advisement from council that they would try and seek that additional funding. I do think it's helpful to not just be talking about the federal government, although they'd be the most likely funders. I do believe that there may be other agencies out there that would be interested in supporting programs that help to prevent and reduce youth violence. So for those reasons, I am in support of these amendments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also want to first appreciate all the speakers in the council meeting in October. So I think your message was very clear and very loud, and those stories really touched my heart. And also, I'm really sorry for the delay for 1 month for the decision, but it really provides us the much needed time to deep dive in this report, conduct research, and talk to other municipalities for their learning. I think this is a very important decision, so we really need to take time to make sure the right decision is made here. So I believe this new amendment Councillor Kirby-Young put forward is well thought out. I'd like to support this amendment. Those are very essential to provide a comprehensive and well-rounded framework for the youth safety and violence prevention strategy. This Amendment C explicitly outlines the primary objective of this youth safety and violence prevention strategy. By affirming the strategy, the main focus is addressing gang and prevalence through the community-led project and capacity building for youth serving organizations. This council set up a very clear directions for the intended impacts and outcomes for the program. This clarity helped guide our stakeholders, community organizations, and the public to understand the specific issues the strategy aims to tackle. The Amendment D highlights the importance of future federal funding source, provide transparency and financial sustainability. This will ensure that stakeholders understand current funding structures and encourage a more proactive approach in seeking additional resource. It also acknowledges and underscores the need for responsible financial planning and the potential explorations of diverse funding streams to support this program. Amendment E expressed support for the City of Vancouver in seeking future federal funding. This is critical for the sustainability of this youth safety and violence prevention strategy. This amendment acknowledges the potential for ongoing financial need beyond these initial allocations and demonstrates Council's commitment to the long-term success of the program. Seeking additional federal funding align with city's strategic goals of securing resources to maintain and expand successful initiative, ensuring continued progress in addressing youth safety and violence prevention. So I think those three additional amendments contribute to the overall effectiveness, transparency, and the success of those programs. It is well thought out. So with that, I'm going to support this amendment tabled by Councillor Carbier. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Mayor, I have a question through you to staff, which is, I'm just reading and trying to understand this amendment, having just received it this morning. I don't know if staff had a chance to see it ahead of time, but wondering if staff could speak to whether these amendments change the next steps of the work as outlined in the report.
Good morning, Councillor Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services. They do not.
Okay, yeah. Appreciate that. So I'm certainly happy to support E, seeking further future federal funding. My sense is that would happen, but happy for it to be named. As was named by Councillor Fry, I also have some concern about the specific focus on prevalence of gun and gang violence in C, when we heard very clearly from an incredible array of young people speaking not just to gun and gang violence, but also to sexual assault and gender-based violence, also to drug poisoning deaths that they're seeing among their peers, and to the broader goals around safety and well-being that certainly encompass gun and gang violence, but aren't only narrowly focused there. And one of the many things that I appreciate about the strategy itself is the upstream approach that it takes, including recognizing the importance of work around youth participation and engagement, around poverty reduction, and around addressing each of these pieces of a comprehensive community safety plan that we heard so clearly from young people. So I won't be supporting C. I think while I appreciate staff saying it doesn't, it won't impact the work, the broader focus in the report is really important to me, and certainly is what we heard from the powerful young people who took the time to come and speak to us last council meeting, and similarly won't be supporting D. While I appreciate the commitment to finding external funding to continue the work, I don't think it's serves us, and I don't think it serves the community right now to be saying, if this continues, it's only if we get external funding. I think that needs to be an ongoing conversation. So my request will be just to sever out E and vote on C and D and then E. Thanks.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. I too would like to see a severing out of the amendments C and D. Well, basically sever out E, because I intend to vote in support of E. But I don't intend to support C and D in these amendments. And the reason is, I mean, I was listening very carefully, I think we all did, to the speakers who came to the meeting last time around their concerns and around the issues that they are facing. And absolutely, guns and violence are a piece, but that wasn't the primary, that wasn't what was mentioned by most of the people that spoke to us, especially most of the youth. There was a range of topics that were brought forward. Everything from, I remember people talking about, the fear of even being around, in parks or on buses, the fear of sexual violence, as Councillor Boyle pointed out. The need for mentors and just how important a mentor could be in an early development of a child and their experiences with the larger world. I remember people talking about the importance of early identification of developmental and learning disabilities. The school board has been a partner in this. It's not that, yes, the police board, the police have, but the schools are doing something entirely different. And so I don't think focusing just on guns and violence is the focus of these programs. We have, I think, the Vancouver School Board, the Vancouver Parks Board, 110 partner organizations, and they're not all focused on gun and violence. They're focused on preventative measures that could enrich young people's lives. Starting, we learned in elementary school, and even in the very earliest grades. I'm not in support. I think there's a misinterpretation of what this whole program is about. Even the federal government themselves talked about wanting community-based, non-profit organizations involved. Again, that's not the VPD. Community-based, non-profit society. So I will not support C and D as the proposed amendments.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to staff, I have a question. Just given the subject of, it's been raised that interpretation of the federal funding, I'm reading from the federal news release as well as the website with respect to the funding source. And I'm just curious if staff could expand on that in terms of your interpretation of how the funds were intended to be used, just because that seems to be a source of discussion. And I've read that it was specifically focused on gang and gun violence prevention, which I think, in light of the fact that an 11-year-old was just killed this week, is pretty important. But I'm just curious, was there maybe a broader mandate that was delivered through at the staff level?
The funding is intended to be directed to addressing the risk factors associated with gun and gang violence. And so what staff presented, so C would be in line with that. And that's how the program and the strategy was developed.
Okay. So in your estimation, the strategy as developed is addressing sort of
Yes. Yes.
And we'll also be looking at kind of resiliency overall for youth and protective factors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as per the staff report, we're aiming to address the upstream impacts or upstream drivers.
Okay, that's fantastic. I'm going to hold my comments because I see there's an amendment being proposed, so I'll wait till we've dealt with the amendment. Thanks.
Sorry. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I have submitted an amendment to the amendment. We can jump on that.
All right, so we'll go to amendment Q number 2. Can we please add Councillor Fry to?
Oh, sorry. And this basically lifts the language from the staff report on page 2. And I want to just read from the Ministry of Public Safety, Canadian government website, which describes the purpose and objectives of transfer payment program for the Building Safer Communities Fund.
Have you on pause for 1 sec. Can we please get a seconder? Councillor Carr, thank you. Great.
Apologies.
Sorry to interrupt.
Thanks for that. Yeah, and so reading from the public safety website, which actually describes the purpose and objectives of the Building Safer Communities Fund, and I can share this link with council if anybody's interested. It specifically says the BSCF will support municipalities and Indigenous communities develop community-based prevention and intervention strategies and initiatives to tackle gun and gang activities, increase the knowledge of the nature, scope, and challenges of the identified recipients to tackle gun and gang activities, and support recipients to develop a plan to sustain successful prevention and intervention activities on the completion of the 5-year program. So I think the material laid out by the federal government is pretty clear, and nowhere in this original amendment do I see prevention and intervention specifically acknowledged, or the intent of this actual federal program. And again, I'll circulate this Fed program just for the interest of council in case they want to look it up themselves, but it's pretty clear on the federal government website. So I think this amendment more tightly aligns with the federal government's intention, and of course our staff report on page 2 for section C. And I'll quickly circulate that if anybody wants to see it.
Right? Oh. Councillor Fry, we're good?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm happy to support this. I appreciate the broader framing of both the challenge and the work that needs to be done, and think that this amendment better reflects what we heard from youth and from the community about the challenges that they're facing. Thanks.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. So I can support this language. I just think it's worth noting, and you know, interpretation is obviously important here. There was, I mean, certainly I have, and I know Councillor Kirby-Young, and we've discussed it, extensive investigation into the original intent of the federal program. And I think, although the language is much more succinct in Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment, it's essentially saying the same thing. It's just perhaps more spelled out. We know this program has been in place in Surrey. Neighboring municipality deals with, I'd say equally, if not more, risk in terms of youth and gun and gang violence. And they've just received their second round of funding, as we know. So we might be splitting hairs a little bit. I think the intent is the same. It's to endorse the work of staff with the community groups that came to speak to council to pursue this program. And I think we are in a particular moment in time where we need to be very clear that we want to sustain the funding for this type of program, and we need to look at different ways to do that. So I think really at the end of the day, that is the intent. It's not to undermine anything. It is just to recognize that the outcomes that are stipulated in the federal funding program is to address root causes, perhaps, that lead to gun and gang violence. And so that's where I think we're splitting hairs a little bit. So we're just giving Councillor Fry benefit of the doubt, I think equal benefit of the doubt to Councillor Kirby-Young, that was the spirit of where that original amendment was coming from. Sounds like we're all singing from the same song sheet here, so I will support the amendment. And I would have supported, of course, Councillor Kirby-Young's. Again, that seeks to address the same direction to staff, which is to approve the program that's outlined in the report. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to Councillor Fry for this amendment to the amendment. I think it's thoughtful. Why it's important to me and enables me to support this section C is that language means a lot. And if the language is to address the prevalence of gun and gang violence, to me, the focus is on the guns and the gang violence. The new language is focusing on the prevention, not the prevalence of, but the prevention of guns and violence and intervention. And I think that change in terms of focusing on the challenges the nature of it, the scope of it, but more importantly, the prevention of it leads to a much more community-based approach, which is what I have read into this program, that it is all about a community-based approach to reduce the prevalence of guns and violence. So thank you, Councillor Fry, for moving this amendment to the amendment forward.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I appreciate the discussion, but it's a no for me. I think that part of the reason that we deferred this report is because it was very difficult to distinguish in the specific report clarity of what the focus was. And I think that that's been an issue with, quite frankly, a lot of things at the city, and the ability to laser focus on something is really important. We cannot be all things to all people all the time. And this is what this is attempting to do, which is to acknowledge with clarity a specific problem and an issue. And I think that honestly, when we're spending a lot of time wordsmithing, this is where we burn a bunch of time instead of letting staff just focus on executing and moving a lot of things forward. So I'm really hopeful that we're becoming more efficient working as a council, but I feel like we're just going down a rabbit hole here, to be perfectly honest. That's not going to change the outcome, and the intention of the amendment was to bring focus and to bring clarity. And this just takes it kind of like an accordion and just pulls it all back again. So I think we heard very clearly from our GM of ACCS that this does not change the focus. We heard from Councillor Dominato reading from the press release around what the focus of the program is. I think that was clear. So I don't think that we need to spend a lot of time on this. I think that we had clarity and now we're losing it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, we will put the amendment to a vote. Okay, well, this one's going to be hard to decipher here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the amendment to the amendment fails with Mayor Sim, Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor Klassen, and Councillor Joe in opposition. And, oh, sorry, it passes. That's right. All right, so this passes. Wow, we totally changed the direction on that sucker, didn't we? Okay, so the amendment to the amendment passes with Mayor Sim, Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor Klassen, and Councillor Joe in opposition. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go back to amendment Q number 1. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And just to clarify, I wasn't wordsmithing here. I was actually pulling the exact language that staff had supplied. The wordsmithing came in the original amendment, but I'm happy with this direction, and thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I really appreciate that amendment and think it reflects better the report. And I'm just going to ask that we just sever D. Or whatever's easiest for you. Sure.
Yeah, can we sever each one? It might be simpler.
No problem.
So we'll go C, D, and E separately. Great. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Couple of comments. Appreciating the debate and discussion this morning. I think that at the end of the day, we're saying the same thing. I've looked at the same website that Councillor Fry's looked at. I looked at the news releases. I've read the material from the federal government. The focus was addressing the prevalence of gun and gang violence in the country and in communities. I think Councillor Fry simply added a bit more specificity that was reflected on the website about some of the tools that are involved, both on the upstream and the downstream. And I think that is one of the challenges at the council levels we end up getting into, as it's been noted, potentially wordsmithing and the weeds around these things, when I think at the end of the day, do we want to see more youth and gang violence in this country? No. Do we want to see people harmed? No. We heard testimonies from young people a couple of weeks ago, and it's heart-wrenching. And I can tell you that as the Provincial Director of Student Wellness and Safety and Violence Prevention, it was heart-wrenching to talk to families like Kimberly Proctor's family, Amanda Todd's family, victims of violence, of exploitation, of abuse. So I don't want us to come and leave this chamber today and suggest that any one member of this council doesn't care about young people in this city, because we do. And I think that staff have undertaken a great deal of work to try to support community-based organizations, particularly with having larger, potentially, grants so they can build capacity. I think the amendment brought forward by Councillor Kirby-Young does address the realities, though, is that when we develop these strategies, particularly when we develop strategies that include grant programs, then we need to figure out how we're going to sustain those over time. That's a reasonable request and good governance. And so strategies can persist. Strategies are not always about funding and money. So that is a key part of this. And so I overall, I was going to say, like, let's just try to come together on these things and stop the division. There's so much violence right now in the world. And so I hope that council will endorse and support the amendments that have been tabled and the overall strategy. And let's just get the work done. And I thank both staff and council colleagues for the discussion this morning.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, so I'm happy to support obviously the staff recommendations and U, C, and E. I am somewhat concerned around D, and the only reason is that I think that youth safety and violence prevention is so critical that I don't want to just leave it to having to get outside funding, federal program funding, or outside agencies. And absolutely, should we seek that funding? Yes. I'm sure that staff would want to do this. But it could be, I mean, we have other partners at the city level, so there's lots of nonprofits, but there's also the school board itself and park board that are engaged in this too. And we have our own set of grants that we can use in creative ways. So the city itself we shouldn't just be doing something on this incredibly important issue if we get outside funding. So as I say, I'm not happy with D, but I'll be supporting the rest.
Sorry. Do I have to see the chair or? Right, so I'm going to see the chair. Great. So thank you, everyone. Yeah, Councillor Ply. You know, the great thing that's coming out of all the work that's been done here, and you know, when we first went through the report, is it seems like we have 100% alignment on the what and the why. So I think that's great. And so what we're really now talking about is the how. I do believe diversity of thought. These are good things, and to have robust conversations about the how, you know, it just makes our answers stronger. And so I know coming out of this, we're going to be united on this. You know, you can hear the emotion in a lot of people's voices, including Councillor Dominato's. I will be voting. I think the amendment is very well thought out. I will be supporting all three. I know there is a little concern on D with some members here, but I enthusiastically support it as well, because I do think, you know, if we're talking about the long-term viability of these initiatives, what better, you know, we do need to secure support from senior levels of government. And I actually think this draws a line in the sand. It sends a message to senior levels of government that we need it. This program will not be successful long-term without it. And it also puts the onus on us to make sure that we don't forget about it, and it pressures us to make sure that we hit these commitments as well, and we make it a priority. So I think it's well thought out, and I will be supporting all three. Awesome. All right, seeing no other, sorry, I just took the chair back, by the way. Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, can we please put the amendment to a vote? Oh, sorry, we're severing, so we'll put C to a vote first. we're going to do each one separately. Yeah, because that passed as amended. Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato. Great. And we're good. All right. So C passes unanimously. We will now put D to a vote, please. D, yes, please. Councillor Kirby-Young. Great. And D passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. Then if we can please put E to a vote. Great. And E passes unanimously. Great. Thank you very much. Now, I guess we put the main one to a vote as amended. Seeing no one in the queue, can we please put that to a vote? Oh, did you want to? No, that's okay. We haven't done anything yet. Yep. Councillor Carr.
If we're going to vote on the main motion,
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm going to pause you for 1 second. Stop timer. Oh, we're still on the amendment queue? No, we should be on the main queue now, right? So can I get, can you add your name to the main queue? And Councillor Kirby, thank you. All right, Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up. Nope.
Oh, sorry, I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, you're good? Okay, great. Councillor Carr.
yeah, it was just to make sure that when we do the final vote, that we do sever out D. I'm fine with everything else being done at the same time. So A, B, C, and E are fine together. Just sever out D. Thank you.
Okay, so we will, clerk, do we vote on everything but D, or do we sever D first? We vote on D and then we vote on everything. Okay, so we are voting on, oh, perfect, awesome. Okay, so we're going to put this to a vote with D being severed. So we're voting on A, B, C, and E. All right, and so that passes unanimously. And then if we can vote on D separately. Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Dominato, up, go. Great, and so D passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. Great, thank you very much. So if we could take maybe a 3-minute recess. All right, so we have reports held for speakers. So report number 4, Industrial Modernization and Intensification Framework, Updates and Policy Recommendations. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Oh, don't we do that after? Are you sure? In the script, it doesn't happen till way after. Okay, so good. All right, thank you for catching that. I am gonna go. Okay, so our next item in the order of the agenda held is report number 3, which would be funding applications to BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants Program. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Councillor Kirby-Young? No? No, okay, Councillor Dominato, okay, great. Okay, Councillor Dominato, you held this item, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members.
Thanks, Chair. I actually don't have any questions. Support those staff recommendations. I do want to move further direction that's forward-looking, and if staff could bring that up on the screen. So appreciate that we're tapping into provincial funding to support active transportation, but has been noted and previously brought up in this council is.
We're in the amendment queue. Can I get you to add your name? And then can we please get a seconder? Great, Councillor Bly. Okay. Okay, so Councillor Dominato moved, and then Councillor Carr second. Okay, Council, is there any discussion? And now we're going to jump to the amendment queue. Awesome, thank you very much.
And sorry for that. Yeah, simply to state supportive of the staff recommendations.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Bly.
That was seconded, yes, by Councillor Bly. And in the interest of time, is simply to say, I think it's really important that we give some further direction to look at advancing active transportation along Kent Avenue. This has come up for a number of years now. I know I've met with staff on this. It's been identified as a key corridor, not for just the city of Vancouver for active transportation, but also within Transport 2050 as part of our transportation network alongside public transit. And so I'm hoping that staff can report back on funding opportunities, whether that be through additional grant programs, through collaboration with TransLink and Metro Vancouver, because this route's identified by both of them as a priority, or through reallocations potentially within the 4-year capital plan. There's been many calls for this, and we know we're adding density in that area as well, in the south end of the city, both in the west and east sides as well. So, and it's a key part of our regional active transportation network as well. So with that, that's the proposal.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'm going to support this. I know that Kent Avenue corridor very well and have always longed for having some additional active transportation there. I know our staff are fantastic, probably world leading in terms of the ability to implement safe active transportation infrastructure. It's costly. We do have a rail line that goes there that is essentially not in use from what I can tell. It seems to be grown over. We have portions of Kent Avenue that have a parallel South Kent Avenue, which probably is not as busy. Kent Avenue, as we know, is extraordinarily narrow. It has a lot of truck transport. So having an ability to ultimately connect places like the River District with the Marine Gateway and the crossing over to Richmond would be fantastic. And so again, it's a tall order, but certainly it would be really good for this council to be expressing their enthusiastic support of a strategy to help us develop a robust active transportation corridor in that part of South Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And if I could ask a question through you to staff? Thank you. So, staff, how long, it seems to me that the Kent Avenue hope for a active transportation corridor has been on the books for a very long time. How long has it been sort of one of those items that we have been wanting to develop but just haven't got around to?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Carr. My name is Chris Darwent, manager of Transportation Design Group. Unfortunately, I can't answer how long exactly. I didn't come with that answer prepared coming to this council meeting, but I know for sure it was at least on our last 5-year cycling map, and it's on our active mobility plan, our 5-year map for this year as well.
Okay. And when you're assessing the priorities, do you look at things like the danger? I mean, it is a very dangerous route for cycling. I mean, I've traveled it quite frequently, and, the mix-up between cyclists and cars and trucks is quite, so we are assessing, I'm assuming, danger.
Yes, through the mayor, definitely safety plays a pretty big role in which routes we pick, along with equity, how much mode share shift we can get through different projects, but safety is definitely up there as one of the
Okay.
key
And
considerations.
collaboration with Metro Vancouver on this, because it does actually link into Burnaby, and is that something that we are talking to Metro Vancouver about?
It would likely be through TransLink. We wouldn't talk to that about the connections, these regional connections through there, but definitely we'll be in touch with them, and as part of their, I guess, funding applications that they have through, so it's called the BICS or MRNB programs that they have. They definitely add points to these regional connections that we can connect across the
Thank you.
municipalities.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Those are my questions. I just want to speak in support of this amendment. There are so many people in the cycling community who have raised Kent Avenue as a very dangerous route, one that really can allow speedy travel through the city, and connections over to Burnaby. So I think it's a good suggestion to have staff really look at this seriously for funding.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to be speaking in support of this amendment. As an avid cyclist and having been down there and having grown up in the neighborhood, let's just call it what it is. It's actually terrifying riding your bike down there. And so I do think, when we look at this holistically, I think it's great. Look, we love cyclists. I think decisions that we've made in council in the past really help us be able to make investments and have the opportunity to make these decisions, when it comes to adding a 5th bike lane within a couple 100 meters of Broadway. I know there's been some, public, grief around that, but when we make those hard decisions, we're able to create opportunities where we can add more bike infrastructure where we are not served at all. And so I'm glad we are finally looking at this, and I'm highly encouraged. I hope we see a day very soon where we can ride the Arbutus Greenway and then connect on additional infrastructure and go right down to the River District and over to Burnaby. It's going to be great. So that I'll end it there. Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, why don't we put the amendment to a vote? Great, and it passes. Councillor Royal's back. We're just voting on an amendment. Great, and it passes. The amendment passes unanimously. All right. So with that, let's go back to. I'm going to go to the main queue. Seeing no one in the queue, we will put report number 3 as amended to a vote. Oh, Councillor Joe? Okay, Councillor Joe.
Yes, yeah, I just want to say something really quick. So I want to express my sincere appreciation to city manager and staff for this funding application, particularly for the $500,000 for the Granville connectors. I think during the UBCM in September, so I asked the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, Rob Fleming, regarding the funding support for our Granville Bridge upgrade project. It was his suggestion that, City of Vancouver, we should apply this BC Active Transportation Grant. So then I socialized with the city manager and asked for a follow-up. So I really appreciate these quick actions from city staff in terms of submitting this grant application. Hopefully the application goes well. Yeah, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue to speak, why don't we put report number 3 as amended to a vote? Great, and it passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, so now we will go to report number 4. Report number 4, Industrial Modernization and Intensification Framework, Updates and Policy Recommendations. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Right, seeing none. Now we have our team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to provide a presentation.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Will the clerk, can you see my share? Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Sean Martinez, and I'm a planner in the Citywide and Regional Planning Division of the Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability Department. I will be presenting the policy recommendations on the Industrial Modernization and Intensification Framework. Please note that Council has also received a related but separate report that has been referred to public hearing earlier today. This referral report includes updates to the Zoning and Development Bylaw to advance the implementation of the industrial framework being presented here right now. This policy report responds to 2 council motions received in January of this year. The first directs staff to report back on regulatory and policy changes to facilitate the modernization and intensification of industrial lands. The second motion directs staff to report back on land use supports for technology businesses to provide opportunities for growth within the City of Vancouver as part of the response on the industrial framework. For council consideration today, staff are recommending updates to the city's industrial lands policy adopted by council in 1995. We are also seeking council direction to undertake future employment-focused planning work in the Railtown area, shown in the red on the map, and in the large industrial area in South Vancouver, marked in purple. So the main components of today's presentation are the current state of industrial lands in the City of Vancouver, and the framework that has been developed to enable a balanced approach to intensification. An overview of the stakeholder engagement completed to date, and an overview of the recommendations for council consideration. We'll begin with the current state of our industrial lands. This map shows the industrial areas within the City of Vancouver. The lands are designated as either employment or industrial by Metro Vancouver, meaning that residential uses are not permitted. About 7% of the industrial land in the region is located in Vancouver. These lands are mostly located in areas at risk of sea level rise and overland flooding. Industrial land support key economic drivers for the city and the region. These are businesses and activities, such as the port, that serve to bring capital and investment from outside the region into the local economy, creating jobs for local people. A recent report done for the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade and NAOP highlights the issues around industrial lands, and specifically the industrial land shortage. As summarized here, the benefits to the local economy from activities that take place on industrial lands are extensive, and the lack of space is impacting the local economy. This slide demonstrates how the city's limited industrial lands support a broad range of uses, which allow for a diversity of employment opportunities. This diversity is key to supporting the local business ecosystem and requires the city to strike a balance between ensuring space for critical city-serving functions, as well as economic drivers and growth industries such as film and technology. Maintaining this diversity of businesses also supports resiliency in the local economy by dampening the effects of sector-specific shocks and stresses. Demand for industrial space is clearly strong and growing. Industrial vacancies in the region have been steadily falling, dipping below 1% during the pandemic. Industrial rents are increasing dramatically, growing over 80% through the last 5 years. Lease renewals in recent years have seen very large increases that are making it difficult for existing industrial businesses to stay in Vancouver. This situation highlights the need for more supply to help alleviate immediate price pressures, and by facilitating more intensive, multi-story forms, allow existing businesses to grow and new businesses to be established. To provide some perspective, here is a comparison between major markets across Canada of industrial vacancy, shown by the yellow triangles, and average rent, shown by the vertical blue bars. While our vacancy is very close to those of key industrial hubs in Ontario, namely Toronto and the Greater Golden Horseshoe, our rents are clearly higher, pointing to the high demand for space in Vancouver. So in order to balance these many pressures, the city has developed the Industrial Modernization and Intensification Framework. This framework guides policy development and regulation updates with a focus on increasing the supply of industrial space while maintaining the diversity of employment in the city's economy. The framework prioritizes the protection of industrial land with increased supply achieved through intensification. Employment diversity is supported by reducing the complexity of our current regulations. We then monitor the results of these actions to make sure they are meeting the intended purpose. The framework builds upon the structure of the city's current industrial zoning, which is set up to allow different areas to fulfill different market needs. This diagram shows schematics of how the maximum density is allocated between industrial users in orange and non-industrial users, shown in blue, under each of the city's light industrial zones. Recent amendments through the Broadway Plan, for example, have allowed for a 50% increase in density in the Mount Pleasant area. However, the requirement for at least 1/3 of the building be prioritized for industrial activities has been maintained. This approach increases building intensity, allowing for more supply while responding to market demands with regards to location. In the I-2 zone, which is found in a broader set of areas, 2/3 of the building is required to be occupied by industrial uses. The I-3 and I-4 zones are specialized districts with ties to specific area plans and uses. The framework also seeks to reserve space at grade for key industrial uses such as production, distribution, and repair, often referred to as PDR. In most cases, the industrial businesses cannot afford the same rents as office users, so it's important that the zoning includes and protects space for those lower rent users, such as artists. These uses require high ceilings, large open floor plates, and access to loading. Many of these businesses can be considered to be city-serving enterprises that provide goods and services which allow other businesses to thrive in the city. Shown here are examples of these uses along with high-level descriptions of some of the key aspects of their operation. With the lower levels reserved for PDR, the upper levels can be taken up by users that do not typically require high-throughput goods movement, but functionally needs higher ceilings and open floor plans for functionality. These uses include laboratories, creative products manufacturing, production studios, and software development. And we can see that the market is responding. This slide shows a few recent examples of stacked industrial development in the city. Implementation of the industrial framework is underway. Recent completed actions presented on this slide were accomplished through a combination of targeted area planning work in the colored areas and citywide regulatory changes, shown in the gray boxes. Area plans such as the Broadway Plan and the Marine Landing Policy Update allow for focused analysis and engagement to provide targeted density increases in key high-demand areas. Alternatively, citywide actions can be taken to provide balanced solutions for specific issues such as restricting self-storage from high-traffic transit areas and the establishment of clear design guidelines for functional industrial spaces. In both cases, staff seek opportunities to simplify regulations while maintaining options for diverse users to locate in their preferred areas. The next few slides highlight engagement with industrial stakeholders. Extensive engagement began with Metro Vancouver's regional industrial land strategy. This regional work provided a base for the industrial component of the City of Vancouver's Employment Lands and Economy Review, or ELER, completed in 2020. The ELER became a foundational input into the Vancouver Plan, which included its own extensive engagement and was approved by Council last year. The Metro and City of Vancouver engagements have been supplemented with more focused engagement, specific to the technology and industrial sectors. This engagement included a targeted survey and a dialogue with various stakeholders through online workshops. The feedback was shared with colleagues across the city, including development, building, and licensing, arts, culture, and community services, as well as engineering, and has informed the recommendations being presented today. This report today includes the full results of the tech space usage survey, as well as summary of key feedback from our workshops, which can be found in Appendix B. To summarize here, the tech survey provided key insights into the locations of technology hubs in the city, drivers of why companies locate in these hubs, and guidance around important supports. This engagement also informed updates to the I-2 zoning, including incentives for artist studios, reductions in regulatory complexity, and simplification of regulations. These recommendations are part of a separate report referred to public hearing earlier today. Now, the following slides outline the policy updates for Council consideration. The city's industrial policy was adopted by Council nearly 30 years ago and has not undergone any significant updates since. As part of the implementation of the industrial modernization and as part of the implementation of the industrial modernization and intensification framework, staff are recommending that Council approve an update to this policy. The update will confirm the city's overall objectives for industrial land, simplify sub-area policies to reflect Vancouver Plan policies recently approved, area plans, and align our policy with Metro Vancouver's approved regional growth strategy, otherwise known as Metro 2050. This slide highlights the overall objectives for industrial lands in the city. The policy confirms the city's commitment to maintaining functional industrial space for a variety of users. The objectives seek to, firstly, protect industrial lands for employment uses, prioritizing industrial activities. Enable a balanced approach to intensification by supporting multi-story industrial buildings to meet long-term demand and provide space for a diversity of users, including technology businesses. Prioritization of production, distribution, and repair uses on the ground level while allowing opportunities for technology-based businesses above. And finally, to monitor conditions in industrial areas, to guide amendments to regulations where needed, to ensure space for economic growth over the long term. Further, the updated industrial lands policies will also direct users to the area-specific policies that can be found in recently approved community area plans that overlap with industrial areas. This will make it clear that these plans are the primary source of sub-area specific policy, given the extensive community planning and consultation processes that were undertaken in the development of these documents. This will also serve to reduce complexity and increase efficiency for staff responsible for evaluating development applications. Lastly, the updated policies will clarify criteria to apply when evaluating proposals to rezone industrial lands, particularly where the provisions of the regional growth strategy, as I said, as mentioned before, Metro 2050, will allow for development of housing on employment lands that are within 200 meters of a rapid transit station. In such cases, the city requires that such sites be recognized in a local area plan as a site for affordable rental housing. Also, as previously noted, many of the city's industrial lands have been the subject of recent policy planning review. However, there are two areas where more localized planning work, guided by the industrial framework, would be beneficial and would allow for the city to address policy issues identified through engagement. Staff are seeking council direction to undertake a zoning review of the Railtown area to examine opportunities to support the emerging tech hub in the area while preserving space for innovative industrial enterprises. We would look to report back to council on this towards the end of 2024. We are also seeking council direction to report back around the same time on terms of reference and resources needed for employment-focused planning in South Vancouver industrial area with the aim of meeting industry needs for large format, multi-story warehousing. This concludes today's presentation, and in summary, staff are seeking recommendation C, approval for the replacement of the city's industrial lands policies. Recommendation D, council direction to undertake a zoning review of the Railtown area. And recommendation E, council direction to report back on the scope and resources for employment-focused planning work in South Vancouver. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Staff are available for questions.
Thank you very much, Sean. Great presentation. So Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of our team members. Are there any questions? And yes, there are. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thank you very much to staff for the presentation and the report and work on this motion. Quick turnaround, that is. I just wanted to ask a few questions, and I know that there'll be a number of questions coming in on the different areas. So I'm just going to focus my questions today in the I-4 zone, which of course is known as Railtown. So I'm interested in that particular piece of work that's being proposed in the report. And my question is if you have had a chance to identify what the vacancy rate is in this particular I-4 zone.
We have, thank you very much, Councillor. We have not. Our storefront inventory focuses on storefronts and not on the industrial areas, industrial spaces. But this is something that definitely we could include in our report back to Council.
Great. You preempted my follow-up question, which is, can we get that information? So that's great. I wonder if you could share a little bit about what options there are for increasing artist live workspace in the zone.
I might defer that question to our colleagues in ACCS. My understanding is that the focus at this point would be for work-only studios, for providing more incentives for that. But I'll ask our colleagues at ACCS who may be on the line to expand further.
Sure. Thanks for this. This is Kristen Lambertson from Culture in ACCS. So typically in the industrial zones, we would focus on work-only space, reserving that space for employment, whereas we're really working towards securing affordable, secure housing as per making space for arts and culture with in residential or other areas. And so really focusing with our housing colleagues to secure those spaces in those areas. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I do have one quick follow-up question, and I'm not sure who's best to respond. It's my understanding that there are existing artist live workspaces in this zone.
In I-4?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
You know how many units?
I would defer that to ACCS.
Okay. Just like, is it 10 or is it 100? Just somewhere in the...
Kristen, you're muted.
Maybe I'll just keep going. I have more questions and we can get that
All right.
information.
We'd have to follow up on that one.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I have an interest if in the existing heritage, or I understand that industrial sort of is a priority over heritage, and yet there are heritage style buildings in this particular area. Can you share a little bit, and I have one more question, how council can sort of wrestle with the priorities of both protecting heritage while also sustaining the industrial use component in this area?
I believe we can also add that to our report back. One thing I will point out is that current I-4 zoning actually has provisions where a heritage, essentially a building built before a certain date, is eligible for a little bit more lighter use on the upper level, so a little bit more office use than a building that was built later.
You know what that date is by chance? Maybe in the report back.
Yes, I will make sure to highlight that on the report back.
Okay, one more quick question. In the report notes that there was previous council action to limit mini storage as a use in the citywide industrial zoning. Of course, the need for self-storage was also cited as important workplace features for the tech operations. So if we're gearing this area to attract more of that tech, I'm wondering if it's possible that we may change our approach in terms of authorized uses within this area to include micro and mini storage, self-storage.
Currently, the way the restrictions on self-storage are is that they must be above ground in any area that is within 400 meters, I believe, of a
So
transit.
this, I just have
And-
15 seconds, but
Oh.
this area is right now you're allowed warehouse storage, I believe, but no self-storage or micro storage.
Yes, that is a specific I-4 restriction, yeah. And we can report back further on that one.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much. Thanks for all this work and report. I also had a question about storage. Wondering if you can just say a bit more about why it's currently not allowed and what the implications would be of re-allowing it in that I-4 area.
Thank you, Councillor. When we did the self-storage restrictions about 2 years ago, we understood the need to have a balanced response to that, understanding that many small businesses do use self-storage as to keep their inventory, to keep some inventory within the city. And so the restriction we wanted to make in a balanced way was to still allow it within the industrial areas, however, just to restrict them to areas that are high traffic closer to transit stations. So they are still allowed across the city, just not on the ground floor. But within 400 meters of a rapid transit station, they are not allowed.
Okay, so staff's opinion is we have achieved a good balance for now on that policy front?
We believe so, yes.
Okay, appreciate that. And then I had one other question, kind of both related to the report and related to amendments I see circulating, which is I'm hoping you can speak a bit more to the impact of adding residential into as an option into these industrial lands.
Sure. I will have our senior planner, Matt Burke, respond.
Hi, good morning, Council. My name is Matthew Burke. I work as a senior planner, citywide and regional planning. The approach that we're taking in the report with respect to residential is all about using our community plan process to make sure that we're able to take a really close look at site-specific conditions, adjacencies, and then the fit of that area within the overall city industrial kind of continuum. So we're looking to use the community plans to kind of make sure that we do a very thoughtful and thorough job in terms of where we might potentially allow housing in addition to industrial, per the new provisions in the Metro Vancouver Regional Growth Strategy that allow the city that option.
Okay, so that work is already happening.
That's right, yeah. So we've done a lot of recent community plans, the False Creek Flats plan, the Broadway plan, the Rupert Renfrew plan is underway, and it's through processes like that where we feel we can do the best, most thoughtful job in terms of looking specifically at specific sites and where this housing may or may not fit.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks. I'll leave my questions there, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. With regards to the intensification model that we're seeing with multiple floors, want to recognize that a local company who developed Ironworks recently received international recognition for that. How quickly or how widely is this intensification model, the multi-story with all the larger floor plates, higher ceilings, are we seeing in other markets and other jurisdictions?
I do know that with regards to Metro, they are pointing to Vancouver for a lot of their, a lot of the discussion they're doing with regards to doing intensified industrial. So at least for the region, we are probably in the lead with regards to that. It makes sense. We don't have as many large sites that we could accommodate that one FSR kind of low distribution, but we could look into when we report back to provide more information on that.
Based upon any market intelligence that you're working with here, how quickly will the market respond to the direction of more intensification, do you think, for our industrial lands?
Chris Robertson, Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. What I would say is the market is already responding. We've seen some great examples, Ironworks being one of them. I think there's more in the appendix of your report. And what I would say is, as Sean alluded to, we are kind of the model for the region, so they are looking to us to kind of get ideas. You know, I really think Vancouver, as discussed, because of our land base, you know, is probably more quick to adapt. We have a unique development community who's able to see the opportunity and understand the shortage of land and make it work. So,
do we have any sense of the affordability of these industrial lands is set to plateau? I know there's been a lot of growth in the costs.
I defer to Sean on the economics.
Could you repeat the question? Sorry,
Do you have a sense of whether the cost of this industrial land is set to plateau? It's gone through a bit of a surge, but now with new direction, may it sort of level off?
To our knowledge, with our testing that we've done, it is not clear that we're close to it. We do know that where Strata Industrial was offered to the market in South Vancouver, that it did sell very well. Particularly with a lot of smaller units that were provided essentially to allow smaller operators to have a unit that they could then have in perpetuity to hold. We could look into that further with regards to our report back as well.
Very good. With regards to I just recently read that parking, the excess amount of parking available in some of these industrial properties, has been a factor in limiting our ability to. Or do we have any direction to kind of push a little harder against either having different approaches towards parking?
We are working with our colleagues in engineering with regards to the parking issue as well. I'll have Chris expand.
Yeah, I think council will be seeing a report from engineering tomorrow on that. What I would say is the market generally requests more parking, and they might be realizing that they don't need as much as they do, but that certainly, I haven't seen that report that you referenced or that information that.
Try to find it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks very much. Just last question here. With regards, I noticed, shifting to the tech appendix here, high cost of living for employees is off the charts in terms of the biggest challenges. I presume that part of that is the cost of housing?
Sorry,
The cost of housing affordability is why putting the pressure on the tech sector here in Vancouver.
it's one of the reasons that that did come up in our survey. Among other things, essentially, we do have other reasons that have come up through the thing, but one of them is, yes, the cost of living is quite high.
And in terms of the relationship with the Metro Vancouver 2050 plan, the employment lands provision that they have in there, it's pretty specific, but it's about 200-meter allowance. As staff are obviously well aware of it, and from what I'm hearing, that some planning and direction would be advisable in terms of moving forward on that.
Correct. As Matt had alluded to, we would rely on those area plans to really provide the rigor around the analysis that we would do for providing that. Matt?
Just like to offer
sorry,
a little bit
we're-
of
we're
extra,
at time.
oh, sorry.
Sorry. Just 5 minutes. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up and just finish, because I know Councilor By ran out of time, just on the questions earlier in the Railtown area with respects to self-storage and live work. There's sort of a lot of planning speak there. Can you just in layman's terms kind of encapsulate why we limit the storage currently on the self-storage?
Why we're limiting self-storage within so I-4 as a zone limits the self-storage. It's not permitted, I believe, currently, and further, it's not permitted in I-4. And we, as a citywide issue, we do not permit it on the ground floor in any industrial zoned land.
So can I reflect back to make sure I've got this? You're saying it's permitted citywide, but not in Railtown?
It's permitted, yes, in I-4 specifically, it is not permitted in that zone, correct.
Okay, and why was that treated differently?
That was part of the establishment of the I-4 zone, which is one of the reasons why we want to do a zoning review at this time, because when I-4 was created, the exact date escapes me right now, there have been a lot more discussions with area stakeholders, and they have indicated that they would like to see some revisions to the zoning.
Okay,
So we will be looking
so
at
a
that as
review
well.
of storage would have been part of staff's plans as part of that work?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the live work, what is the impact of including live spaces in addition to work on the industrial?
I might defer that one to ACCS on the call.
Well,
Sure,
I guess I'm asking the question not from a social perspective. I'm asking it from what is the preservation and intensification of industrial lands point of view. So whether it's Chris or someone from the industrial team, I think I'm looking for an answer from that group.
Yeah, and I think we certainly would do testing to confirm what that impact would be. But in other areas, we know it's always the concern when you're introducing residential or something that looks like residential, it can distort the market, meaning it could force other low rent users out of the area.
Okay, and then because there isn't necessarily a mechanism to ensure that it's an artist living in that live workspace, for example? Or what are the concerns that could arise?
Yeah, and so I guess the concerns would be that, and maybe I'll defer to ACCS on this. I see they're on the line here.
Yes, that's correct. There is no mechanism to restrict that. It would be the housing would be allocated to artists. So that is one of that is why we're working with housing on affordable, secured artist housing projects to secure the type of housing that's affordable for artists and that it would be dedicated for artist use.
Okay, and following up on that, are there any other live work uses in other areas of the city that we've pulled back on for that reason?
Kristen, are you there?
My clock is going. Anybody want to jump in?
I'm going to pause your clock here.
Maybe that might be a question as well for more on the planning side.
Kristen, can you go?
I would defer to planning on the other types of live work.
Live work.
not culture.
So have we pulled back on live work in other industrial areas in the city?
Right now, our focus has been to provide more workspaces and shared workspaces in the industrial zones. And also with regards to I-4, being an industrial designated area under Metro, we are not allowed to put residential in those areas. Where we have expanded, perhaps would be around where we can find general urban areas.
Okay, so we could do live work in other residential areas, but protect the industrial space?
Correct. If it was
And then
general
just-
urban, yeah.
And then just because I have a limited amount of time, what are we hearing from artists in terms of feedback around that?
So we did
about what they
do a workshop with artists in the relevant areas, and our understanding is that they do welcome the modifications we have done to allow for the incentives for more artist studios in I2 as well as
But are
in
they
I1.
looking for more work or more live work?
More workspaces were what we had presented, and that is what they said would be
That's what the
acceptable.
consultation said?
Sorry?
That's what the consultation said? It was
Yes.
the focus was on work?
Was focused on work only, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We're at time. Thank you. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just have two precursor questions. One is, I know that we have 5 speakers, and I was thinking about extending to hear the speakers, but my first question to that would be if staff are going to be available to ask my questions after a break. Staff coming back to be able to answer questions, which would be through you.
Yes, I believe so, Councillor.
Okay, all right. So, Mayor, I'd like to just suggest or move that we extend to hear the 5 speakers that are on the list.
Okay, is there a seconder? Great. Okay, discussion? Myself, thank you. There is a proclamation that's going to be read at Celebrities at 12:15. So we're celebrating the 115th anniversary. So as much as I would love to extend it, I'm going to have to vote against it myself. I will not be able to listen to the speakers here.
Right.
I think a bunch of us are going there as well. Is that correct? No. So should we put it to a vote? All those in favor of extending, say aye.
Aye.
That's 1, 2, 3. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or sure. Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we extend to 12:04? And that will get us enough time to safely drive down to Celebrities and be on time. All in favor extending to 5:04 and going really fast and making sure everyone's heard? Aye? All those opposed say nay? Great, it carries. Thank you very much, and thanks everyone. Okay. Seeing no other questions in the queue, we're now going to move to hear from members of the public. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers that if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Tim Grant. Tim.
Thank you. Morning, Mayor and Council. My sympathies, Mayor Sim on the Bombers jersey.
We're all feeling it.
My name is Tim Grant. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm representing PCI Developments. I'm speaking in support of the broadening of allowable uses as presented in the updated industrial modernization and intensification framework. Traditional definitions of industrial uses are not suitably flexible or inclusive to provide for broad scope of desirable modern industrial and innovation uses and their inherent rapid change. We'd just like to commend staff for their engagement with the industry on that and hearing out some of the real concerns and taking action. We'd very much encourage staff to continue to monitor those and optimize these allowable and supportable uses in support of Vancouver's economy. Similar to this issue, proximate uses also need to provide for desirable housing, food and beverage, services, and daily needs in close and convenient proximity. Workers demand them and employers won't locate without them. On this theme, I'm speaking against preclusion of rental housing within 200 meters of the rapid transit stations. And I'm seeking your consideration of providing direction to staff within this policy update to encourage rental housing within 200 meters of applicable rapid transit stations, so long as industrial intensification is satisfied. Specifically, this will finally allow us to submit rezoning application for our proposed Marine Gateway 2 development that we've been encouraging consideration of for over a decade amidst a rapidly devolving housing and industrial land crisis. Some of you expressed interest during my remarks at the Marine Landing Policy Update in December 2021 on this application, and you were assured at that time that that policy update would not preclude consideration of our application. Here we are almost 2 years later, and I believe the local area plan that staff's referring to as being relevant to our proposal is that Marine Landing Policy Update, which in our view is a flawed plan, in particular that it's out of touch with market realities in terms of financial feasibility, site-specific considerations like ours, a large site right at a station, and also recently reiterated regional, provincial, and federal priorities. I will not rehash my written submission, but highlight that the recent regional growth strategy update clearly allows for rental housing within 200 meters of rapid transit stations on employment-designated lands, such as our Marine Drive station property. Provincial and federal government priorities for housing at stations are also clear and recently reiterated. Vancouver has a small number of rapid transit stations, and the amount of land that is within 200 meters and employment designated is very limited. It would be a major loss not to realize on transit-oriented housing already contemplated at the regional level and further encouraged by provincial and federal governments. At our 5-acre property, we would be talking about a significant industrial intensification that would be facilitated by the conclusion of approximately 1,500 rental housing units, including 20 below market from broader income households. We would also expect to deliver on certain community priorities, such as a large elevated park and high street extension, including grocery, 100-plus child daycare, and other community uses in collaboration with staff.
Tim, sorry, we're at time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Second speaker is John Lugner. I hope I pronounced your correct. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is John Lugner, Senior Director of Real Estate with Hungerford Properties. Speaking today in opposition to recommendation C of agenda item 4 here, but in support of the other recommendations of this agenda item, and I'll just like to commend staff on the excellent work that they've done through the ELER over the past number of years in streamlining the intensification of industrial. But we do encourage Mayor and Council to consider an amendment to recommendation C, specifically section 5.3.1 of Appendix C of the report, to be broadly inclusive of all employment lands within 200 meters of rapid transit stations. Adding housing to these sites does not reduce employment uses. Rather, it will intensify industrial uses and also transit use and provide a better urban context for these areas as well. The world has changed since the LER started in 2019. We've experienced a worldwide pandemic, a national housing crisis, and a shortage of industrial land. And additionally, the region has adopted a new regional context or regional growth strategy and a transportation strategy as well as its frameworks for future growth. Section 5 of the Industrial Lands Policy, specifically 5.3, acknowledges Metro 2050's policy that allows municipalities to consider residential uses on employment lands within 200 meters of SkyTrain on upper floors with commercial and industrial below. Now, Metro Vancouver identified this policy as a unique opportunity for urban growth as, at sites next to SkyTrain that have been underutilized. Now, with rising construction costs, interest rates, and the pandemic's effect on the office market, means that most of these employment sites are not viable to develop for now and for years to come. Now, as currently worded, Section 5.3.1 severely limits the application of Metro 2050 policy and states that unless it has been previously identified and included in rental housing on top of industrial as part of a council-approved plan, then no further rezoning of a site could occur. So in the context of so many things changing, we would implore council to amend 5.3.1 to include all sites within 200 meters of a SkyTrain station. This way, there would be a policy that would invite thoughtful rezoning applications and provide council with a framework for their consideration. To give an example how impactful this would be, we have a 3-acre parcel next to Marine Drive SkyTrain station, where we would expect to be able to deliver as many 750 housing units that would be below market and market rental housing, alongside of increasing industrial from what's on site as 20,000 square feet we would be able to grow that to over 200,000 square feet. And also able to deliver in-kind benefits such as a daycare and other cultural uses that are in need of the area. The proposed policy currently emphasizes only a few select sites, amending 5.3.1 to be inclusive of all sites within 200 meters of SkyTrain will be a significant opportunity for the City of Vancouver to tackle two major issues and lead the region by example.
Awesome. Right on 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Louise Schwartz on the phone. Louise, are you there?
Can you hear me, Mayor?
We can hear you great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Louise Schwartz, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in favor of the staff report and the policy recommendations in this report. I am co-owner of 3 local green circular innovation businesses in the Flats. One is Recycling Alternative, which collects and processes materials, upwards of 300-400 tons a month of materials collected from some of the largest commercial properties in the city, Cadillac Fairview properties, Quadrille properties, large shopping malls and office towers. We also operate a manufacturing operation called Terraforma Systems in the Flats, where we manufacture green clean tech on-site composters, which are really transforming the way large food waste generators are able to process their food waste on site. And then we also operate a lab called Regenerative Waste Labs, which is research and testing on biocircular materials. All of these are examples of the future light industrial businesses that we will need as we build economic resilience and local supply chain and climate action and equitable jobs into our systems. And there are hundreds more of us doing repair, production work, distribution, workshops. You heard many of these mentioned in the staff report. These businesses, while they're not really the most elegant work, and it's not for everyone to be doing these sorts of operations, they are critical to the infrastructure and the city supporting services and products that our citizens need. And so those of us that are operating in this, we're really asking that there is always consideration for these types of businesses to be able to locate central to the populations and where these goods and services need to flow. And at less than 1.5 vacancy, it is becoming increasingly challenging. So I encourage council to really consider very carefully the impact that any kind of slippery slope can have on these light industrial businesses that are really going to be so necessary, increasingly necessary in the future of cities that want to be climate forward and economically resilient. 93% of the city has flexibility for residential. 7% remaining, we're scraping together to see if we can do this infrastructural and supply chain work. So I'll leave it there. Everyone's ready to go to lunch, I'm sure, after we finish the speakers. So thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Blair Chisholm. Blair, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah, great. Blair Chisholm with Cooney Group, an urban planning consultancy. However, I'm here today as the director on the board of NAOP and co-chair of its Development and Government Relations Committee. NAOP is a membership-based organization and represents local commercial real estate developers, owners, investors, and advisors of office, industrial, retail, and mixed-use properties. So I wanted to just say thanks today to the economic development team. We've developed a great working relationship between our local chapter committee and Vancouver's economic development planners, led by Chris Robertson and Matt Burke and Sean Martinez. All have been here today and presenting. The team has engaged our group and developed a number of good strategies, which Council has supported in the past and is also looking at today to capture the evolving nature of the businesses that our members facilitate in their developments. Policies that encourage industrial land use intensification and permit increased density, increased heights, ensure additional uses and flexibility are important. We're particularly interested in the efforts that the city is undertaking related to the land swap conversation to facilitate the preservation and intensification of the city's industrial and employment lands, as well as the planning initiatives that are proposed in the Railtown and South Vancouver areas if council approves these initiatives, and appreciate that we will continue to be engaged through those processes if they move forward. I'm here today to speak, though, to item 5.3.1 in the report as it relates to the opportunity for the development of workforce housing near transit stations We did submit a written correspondence through Paul Cool, our executive director, so that's on hand, so I'm going to keep it brief. I've also heard others speak to this. But we are hoping that council will consider amending that language to consider any site that is in an employment use within 200 meters of a transit station. We took a look at what this meant from a land use perspective, and this would impact 4 stations. That's Rupert, Renfrew, BCC, Clark, and Marine. And that translated into approximately 2.3 million square feet of land area. We don't want to see any of that employment land area lost at these stations, but rather a building of additional uses into those areas to permit additional housing and employment uses close to transit stations. Having reviewed the engagement survey results that were presented in this report as well, I noted that those results indicated that parking was the second most important workplace feature of staff, and that the high cost of living was the biggest challenge for the industry. And we can probably tackle that by allowing additional supply of housing at these transit areas. So with this in mind, we felt like it's important for us to make our voices heard, and that it only makes sense to encourage proposals that provide not only employment, but also housing in areas near rapid transit. We really see this as an opportunity to encourage creative proposals and also build additional employment and housing. So with that, I'll close off. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bang on 3 minutes. The final person is, so thank you. Our final speaker is Nathan Warbitz. Nathan?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Nathan Warbitz. I'm the VP of Development with Madison Pacific Properties, Inc. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but we actively work in the area. Our office is just down the street here, and many assets through the city. While I'm generally supportive of the report, I echo many of the comments of my previous speakers. As it relates to the industrial modernization and intensification framework policy recommendations, I'm encouraged by staff and the city's efforts to broaden the use definitions and provide increased flexibility for a range of users that support a more intensified form of industrial development and utilization of employment lands. In addition, the ability to monitor and amend regulations as needed or as needs changed over time should align with the changing makeup of industrial land users and the ability to accommodate multi-level industrial format go forward. I hope that there will continue to be opportunities through the implementation of the Broadway plan and the development of the Rupert and Renfrew Station Area plan for further engagement. My concern relates to item 5.3.1 of the proposed rezoning policy, noting a particular critical shortage of housing supply and what may be premature given the timing of various planning, implementation, and development efforts underway in the case of the Rupert and Renfrew Station Area Plan. While 5.3 of the policy grants the necessary flexibility for council to consider site considerations, adjacencies, and fit within the wider area, the addition of 5.3.1 limits the application to only a handful of sites. Our company particularly has 2 sites that would be impacted by this policy, and specifically I'd like to note our location at Rupert and Grandview. We own a site at 2748 Rupert, 2770 Rupert, and 3355 Grandview Highway, where the combination of those is about just under 5 acres. So a significant opportunity for future redevelopment. That site is quite significantly impacted by the Still Creek enhancement study that's currently underway. So with that plan in development, it's really too early to know the impact of these plans and the ability to develop the type of production, distribution, and repair product that's desired by planning. There could be significant impacts that are yet to be determined on the industrial building footprint, the density, and the viability of that industrial product. With that, there may be uses on at least a portion of that site that are more compatible with rental residential inclusion, particularly given the lighter industrial and commercial nature of what those sites would be. And it may be premature to predetermine the appropriate uses on sites within 200 meters of the station until a more thorough engagement has been undertaken. The flexibility under 5.3 of modifying 5.3.1 to continue to allow for potential rental residential and the necessary scrutiny around site conditions.
We're at time.
Sorry. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
Great. And so that is the end thank you for addressing council. I would suggest that we reconvene in camera at 1:20, and then we'll be back in council by 3 o'clock to finish the business. So with that, we will see you at 1:20 in camera. Thanks, everyone. Alrighty, well, we are back without the Blue Bombers jersey too. Yay. Thank God. Okay, where we left off, we ended speakers, and so would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Klassen, is there a seconder? Councillor Joe, thank you very much. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, we're running a bit of a lean operation right now. We got more people coming in. Sure, I'd like to first of all thank staff for this great overview of where we can take our industrial land strategy and make best use of a limited supply of land to enhance employment. We did hear quite a bit of discussion around what intensification looks like, the opportunities that are presented to us in different parts of the city. But I was quite interested in sort of the comments that we heard from some of our speakers. We had a number of organizations, including NAOP, that have asked us to take a closer look at the availability of taking advantage of the Metro Vancouver Regional Growth Strategy. And with that, I have tabled an amendment that would respond to that particular item. So I'm wondering if we can go,
to the amendment queue then? Just want to advance you there. And do you have a seconder? Second. Great, thank you.
So this amendment to item C here speaks to the opportunity that's presented to us by the Metro Vancouver 2050 Regional Growth Strategy. There is a distinction to be made, which is that there are areas that are identified and designated as employment lands, which are within the industrial lands, and within that subset is our smaller areas that are located near to rapid transit stations. So, or also frequent transit development area, which I presume means where there are more sort of transit hubs, such as bus areas as well. At any rate, that we would like to, I'd like to council to take into consideration this 200-meter boundary to see if we could explore having both either a mix of rental or affordable rental housing in that within that 200-meter zone near a rapid transit station. But with the strong provision that the intensification of commercial or light industrial uses actually occurs on the ground level and floors above. So this would be very much in line with I'm sort of feeling the spirit of some of the legislation that the province of British Columbia is also which is to ask us to work hard to get more densification happening around rapid transit stations.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much. I'm just hoping to ask a question through you to staff to better understand what staff think the impact of this change would be on the protection of industrial land, on land values, those two pieces in particular.
Good afternoon, Chris Robertson, Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. I would say that we have reviewed the wording here, and while we're always concerned whenever we're introducing residential into employment areas, it is in line with the Metro Vancouver direction to consider and explore potential changes that would introduce residential in these areas. So from that perspective, I think we'd be okay. Certainly, I'd like to comment on the date, given some of the stuff that's coming at us, certainly from the province. It's another layer for us to be thinking about, and we might need to push, a little harder on the 2024 date.
Okay, you mean the by the end of Q2 2024, that
Yes.
might not be possible given the amount
I
of
think we'd
work.
have to look at it in the realm of, recent legislative requirements and how we might actually make this more efficient to address as part of a report back.
Okay, and that report back to council regarding proposed changes like this would include more analysis of how it impacts affordability for industrial, what it means for some of our existing industrial uses,
Yeah,
and where it applies. Like I'm thinking about the False Creek Flats, which is maybe close to the new SkyTrain station at Emily Carr, but separated by a pretty substantial railroad, so not exactly walkable. A report back would include those sorts of details.
Yeah, and I think that's what we would say is kind of the most important part about the consideration and reporting back is considering the context within which it's taking place. We normally do that through our community planning programs, and would like to see this somehow combined with that so that you could take advantage of the uniqueness and site context constraints on top of the economic testing, which is critical to the work.
Okay, and the wording of the amendment allows for that balance of work relative to Metro and the provincial legislation, as well as work that is informed by the community plans?
It does, notwithstanding the time constraint. Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay, I really appreciate all of that feedback. Thanks. Leave it there.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe?
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mayor. So, yeah, I'd like to speak to support this amendment. I really would like to see the mixed-use employment and residential project can be built near the rapid transit station, including SkyTrain station. I think it's good for the environment and the sustainability because of the employees. They don't need to drive to work anymore. They can just live in the same building they work. Yeah, this is probably the dream work for every employee. And it's also good for the vibrancy of the community, because we really don't want to see the community become a ghost town after 5 p.m. every day. And residents living in the same neighborhood can ensure an active, vibrant community. It's good for the local economy, amenity, good for the environment and sustainability, and good for many more. So yeah, I think also this motion highlights the protection of this valuable industrial land, including the intensification of industrial land, and make sure there's no loss of industrial land. So yeah, I'm going to support this amendment. Thanks, Councillor Claassen.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato?
Sorry, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, thank you for the amendment. I do want to just, through you to staff, ask a couple of questions. Just with respect to the proposed amendment, what are the implications of this amendment for the marine landing policy that's in place, and what might we see with this proposal?
Good afternoon, Chris Robertson, Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. What I would say is in all of our station areas, this exploration and examination would apply. That would include marine landing. It would include Rupert Renfrew. Anything where we would be doing that detailed community planning would fall under this. It is work that we would do anyway as part of our regular community planning programs.
Okay. And then just can you speak to, I'm just looking at the amendment here in terms of the end of, so the time frame that's identified and proposed is the end of Q2 2024. Two questions. What can we expect by the end of Q2 2024? And is there any way to expedite work in this space in terms of policy work?
Yeah, so I think my comments to that are we are absorbing a lot of new information around changes that were unexpected, and we will be reporting back on a work program with council soon, and that will start to lay out kind of items on the list and will help us determine how we could tackle or how we would approach this potentially and whether the date can be achieved or not.
So in terms of a work plan, I guess what I'm fundamentally getting at is how quickly would we be able to take advantage of this proposed change, recognizing the intense need to add housing, but also the, again, this is looking at marrying that up with commercial light industrial. But I think right now is what we find is often some of these sites are just simply vacant. They're just sitting there for years upon years. And so because I guess what I'm getting at is, are we going to have another report back, and then there'll be a further report back another 6 months from there, and then potentially some application? I think there's some urgency is what I'm getting at.
Sorry, Councillor, I'll jump in here as well. And in addition to anything that Chris may add to that, just to reinforce the point that Chris and the staff have made, is we're currently responding to and processing a significant amount of new work that's being imposed by provincial legislation. In addition, we have some significant direction from this council around housing. So I think at this stage, it's very difficult for us to say we could advance one very narrow piece of work over all of that other work. And again, these are provincial statutory requirements that council and the city are going to be required to comply with. So it's a very fluid circumstance that we're in right now. These legislative requirements are very complex. And they interact with each other in ways that our team is working really hard to understand. We will be briefing council on that. So I hear the interest to move this one piece forward, but there's a much bigger constellation of work here that council is going to have to consider and likely have to give us direction on where to prioritize. I think right now it's fair to say we're not going to be able to deliver everything that this council may want to, as well as the requirements that the province is imposing on the city within the timeframe of this term.
Fair. No, I appreciate that. And I do appreciate that that staff are going to be coming forward to brief us on all of the layers of provincial legislation and what the implications are for the city of Vancouver, because I do think that's important. There's been a lot coming fast and furious, it seems, all levels of government. So that's all I have for questions. I'll simply say I'm happy to support the amendment. I do think it's reasonable. It also aligns with Metro Vancouver 2050's regional growth strategy. And so happy to support it. I'll keep it there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor, if through you as chair, if I could ask some questions of staff on this. So my questions are around really the impact on the land itself of any kind of further development that would add housing. And I'm always concerned about land values or land prices when it's industrial, because the whole point is industrial activities usually can't afford the higher prices of land compared to housing. So my first question on that is, will market rental push the prices up of land that where it's located in terms of industrial land? Yeah, that's my first question. My second question, just because it's kind of a corollary, could it be possible to include social housing, which would probably ameliorate the impact of land valuation increasing?
Councillor, great question, and it is something that we would have to do as part of that detailed planning. I think the first opportunity for us to report back on those sorts of things would be with the Rupert Renfrew planning program that is expected to be in front of council at some point in early 2024. Mm-hmm. And those are the types of things. But you're absolutely right that is always the worry. When we introduce residential, and even when we're not clear on how we're introducing it, I've always maintained that clear policy creates less speculation, and I do think that that is something that we rely on heavily.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor. Yep. With that in mind, I have an amendment that. Just making sure I sent that amendment.
Amendment
sorry.
to the amendment?
Yes, an amendment.
All right. If we can get you in the amendment to Q2, please. Okay, and do we have a seconder?
This is to add the word social to the list of housing, so rental. Oh, thank
Sure.
you. Okay.
Do we have to follow a process, or can we just add the word social in there?
Oh, this, I would like PBL as amendment and see.
That's a question for the, can we just add one word, social? Like, no. It's an amendment to the, let's go through the.
Yes.
Yes, awesome. So do we have a seconder?
Thank
Councillor Klassen, thank you very much. And then Councillor Klassen, you have the floor.
Yeah, I honestly, this is obviously a way for us just to indicate how important it is that we want to have the availability of housing development in those nodes, because it's going to require a lot of new workers and a lot of people living nearby some of these areas that we're planning to grow our workforce and the amount of grow the economy around our industrial regions. And so I'm not particularly concerned about the type itself. I think affordable implies social, but social would just mean that we would be exploring whether we would get an operator such as BC Housing involved, which obviously is something that they would determine based upon the opportunity.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Carr?
Just to close on that, thank you. I really appreciate that support, Councillor Klassen. And just to let everybody know on council that I was prompted to add the word social actually at a holder of industrial lands. Talking to me about this, saying, you know, there's a fair number of people who are in supportive housing, for example, social housing, but they are seeking employment in industrial type activities. And it would be great if they could have the kind of housing that they can afford and get employment nearby.
All right. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, why don't we put the amendment to a vote? Wonder how this one's going to go. All right, and it passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So we'll go back to the original amendment. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yes, just to say that I support this. I think, you know, I'm particularly happy to hear staff respond in terms of that this is in line with Metro Vancouver's direction. I hear the concerns around timing, and I'm open as a councillor around that timing issue to make sure that, and thank you, City Manager, for raising that as well. Open to the response back. I'm hopeful that council would be amenable to the timeline that is can be more easily accommodated by staff. But thanks, Councillor Klassen, for putting this forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, just to close the loop here, I just want to be really quite clear at the reason that I brought forward this amendment, because I do think the current city policy right now is not addressing this opportunity as clearly as possible. I've been hearing a lot of comments about community planning and doing assessments of what the province is bringing forward, but the truth is this is really just about trying to take advantage of that 200-meter allowance. So I just want to make sure that through you, Chair, to staff, that's clear from this amendment, and if it's not, then maybe we need to make some changes to it. But that this is really about that 200-meter allowance, whether the direction is clear from council, and whether that time frame of the end of Q2 gives you an opportunity to provide us with at least an assessment of the opportunity around the 200 meters.
Great, thank you very much.
That is a question to staff.
Yeah, I can confirm that that is clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no one else in the queue, why don't we put the amendment to a vote? The amendment as amended by Councillor Carr. Great, and the amendment as amended passes unanimously. Okay, so we will go to the motion as amended and amended. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I have an amendment to move.
If we can go to the amendment queue. And, oh, you're already there. All right. Can we have a seconder? Great. Councillor Joe.
Thanks very much. So I'll just, this is in addition to recommendation D, which identifies the work that staff plan to to do around I-4, which is the rail town. So just to extend on to D, that council directs staff to undertake a review of zoning regulations in the Railtown area as presented in this report and report back to council with recommendations for quick start actions. And then the addition is including options to increase artist live work space in the I-4 Railtown zone, options to retain artist live work spaces as an allowable use on sites where they currently exist, and options for self-storage uses. So, and I really do appreciate staff's work on bringing this forward in terms of outlining what work will be done. And so really this is just to put a finer point on some of those key outcomes that we hope to receive in terms of the overall review of the zoning in Railtown. Railtown is a very unique part of the city, and it's a very unique part of the industrial area outlined in the report. It's a very small area. I think it's about 2 blocks. And it's a real creative hub with some legacy Vancouver-born businesses that have really been champions of that particular area. And so I think there's an opportunity as those businesses that have become very successful, still continue to reinvest in that community, and of course adjacent community in Strathcona, and also the downtown east side and Gastown. So there's just lots of opportunity to knit this together so that we're not losing any, if possible, heritage, and also the creative aspect in the context of artist live workspace. Also recognizing that this is about intensifying industrial use in terms of the overall report objective. And I think there's a lot of nuance in this area that needs to be considered. I don't know the exact numbers because staff are going to report back. I understand that the vacancy rate is pushing upwards of actually north of 20% and has been for quite some time. So clearly there is something that's maybe not quite working with the existing zoning in this area. And I'm sure there's a lot more to learn in that. So I hope with this amendment, we will get back from staff the great work that they do to give us a fulsome idea of all the things that we need to consider in this particular unique area called Railtown.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, generally supportive of opportunities for live work in Railtown, although I'm struggling with the self-storage uses. And I've seen that the self-storage that do get built in Railtown are actually kind of game changers and eliminate a lot of the potential for creative use and industrial use. And in fact, I recall that staff in a report last year called self-storage spaces a threat to industrial intensification. So I'm wondering if I could ask for you, Mayor, to the mover, what the intention of options for self-storage uses is, and then maybe if I could ask staff their interpretation of that.
So part of the intent here is, of course, the existing use is warehouse storage space. But as we see a change in terms of jobs and local economy, we know that there is a greater demand for smaller storage spaces, micro unit spaces. I agree. I mean, in an ideal world, self-storage would be underground. It seems unnecessary to be above ground, but can oftentimes be cost prohibitive when it comes to allowing for that kind of space and development. So really the goal is to understand what are some of the risks, recognizing that warehouse storage already exists and is part of this is about modernization of industrial spaces. Warehouse storage is becoming less of a demand because of the change in local economy and jobs. In the report, I think I cited the question to staff, which they did respond to. Self-storage has been cited as an important workplace feature for the tech operations that was surveyed in that citywide industrial zoning report. So I think we just have an opportunity to better understand what are some of the risks associated with including this or expanding the warehouse storage use to self-storage, recognizing that's where the future is going when it comes to inviting more tech operations in our city.
Mayor, might I ask a question of staff on this? So, staff, I believe that you did issue a report last year talking about self-storage space as a threat to industrial intensification. Can self-storage only exist in I zones, or are there other opportunities to put self-storage in CDs and what have you? And given that Railtown is such a small geographic area, I think Councilor Bly referred to it as a couple of blocks, would self-storage in the Railtown zone constitute a threat to industrial intensification?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Matthew Burke, Senior Planner with Citywide Regional Planning. Last year, we asked Council to approve amendments to the I zones that removed the ability to do self-storage on the ground floor, because we wanted to preserve that ground floor for production, distribution, repair uses, that high volume of goods movement. And so self-storage was only allowed on the upper floors, except near rapid transit, where we said we were going to recommend removing it completely, and that was approved in 2021. So in terms of this, it's not currently allowed in the I-4. You're asking for it to be considered as an option with pros and cons kind of reported back. I think we could do that.
Okay, that's helpful. Just on the follow-up though, is self-storage allowed in CDs and?
Yeah, I was just looking at one the other day. It is included in CD1s. Often they're CD1s that have been put in place in former I zones. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, because this is just a report back, I'm okay with it. I don't generally support the idea, but I'd love to hear the report back, so thanks.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, if we can put Councillor Bly's amendment to a vote. Great, and it passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll go back to the main motion. Seeing no one else in the queue, if we can place it to a vote as amended twice and amended once. People. Oh, sorry, I thought, okay, yeah, I didn't see anyone there, but they're there now. Okay, Councillor Claassen, you have the floor again.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think I'm done with my comments. Thank you.
That's it. Awesome. Thank you very much. Councillor Carr?
Yes, through you, Chair, if I could ask a question of staff?
Yeah, absolutely.
I held back before lunch, if you remember, and asking my questions, knowing that they would be here. So this is my only question. A lot of industrial land is located at waterfront. I mean, that's where it traditionally was. I've been reading so much around new scientific projections on sea level rise, particularly with the loss of the West Antarctic ice sheet and Thwaites Glacier, et cetera. And the expectation is for a 3 to 5 meter rise now, not a 1 meter rise or 90 centimeter like we've been expecting. So I'm wondering, especially if we're adding housing and other uses into these industrial lands, and if any of them are near waterfront, but some of them are, what our plans are as a city to respond to the need for much, much greater resilience when it comes to the potential sea level rise.
Doug Smith, Acting General Manager for Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability. So overall, we're going to be bringing back an updated report next year for Council on climate change adaptation, and it will take into account the newer science, and we'll be looking at options to make sure we're protecting and preparing our waterfront for any changes that are coming, that we know are coming. With respect to industrial land, the intensification and putting more industrial density on those lands is one of the solutions to actually take advantage of the lands we have while at the same time trying to protect them.
Oh, so we can somehow weave the protection in.
We'll try.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks very much. Okay.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, why don't we put it to a vote as amended twice? All right, and it passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, on to On to bylaws. We have 19 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who were not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they've reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they want to vote on enactment. So bylaw number 1 is from the public hearing of October the 19th, 2023. Councillors Bly, Carr, Fry, and myself were absent for this item at the public hearing and will need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Great. Councillor Carr? Okay. Councillor Fry? And I have not and will not. Bylaw number 16 is from the public hearing of February the 9th, 2021. Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and myself were not on council at the time of the public hearing and will need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Great. And Councillor Meisner is not here. Councillor Montague is not here. Councillor Joe? Okay, and myself, I have not and I will not. Bylaw number 17 is from the public hearing of September the 12th, 2019. Councillor Bly was absent from this public hearing and Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and myself were not on council at the time of the public hearing and will need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Great. Councillor Klassen? Great. Councillor Joe? And myself, I have not and I will not. Bylaw 18 is from the public hearing of May 17th, 2022. Councillors Boyle and Fry were absent for this public hearing and Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and myself were not on council at the time of the public hearing and will need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Boyle, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Great, thank you. Councillor Fry? Councillor Klassen? Great. Councillor Joe? And myself, I have not and I will not. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 19? Oh, everyone's, okay, I think I saw Councillor Bly first, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. A list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Okay, there's one administrative motion on the agenda today. Approval of form of development, 577 West 35th Avenue, formerly 4992 to 5138 Ash Street. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? No? Great. Council, are there any questions for team members? Would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Bly. Council, is there any discussion? Great. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Notice of council members' motions. Are there notices of council member motions for upcoming standing committee meetings? I would like to remind council that under the procedure bylaw, members' motions will be placed on standing committee agendas. Reminder to please state the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send the title via email to the city clerk. And Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a motion I'm submitting for November 29th entitled Transgender Diverse and Two-Spirit Inclusion and Safety Action Plan.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I'm moving a, notice of motion for November 29th, uplifting the downtown east side and building inclusive communities that work for all residents.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Two motions for November 29th. Number 1 is regularizing road paint maintenance for safety. Number 2 is transparency and accountability in conducting council business.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Any other motions? No? All right. New business. We have one item of new business on the agenda today, and it's a request for leave of absence as follows. Councillor Kirby Young for civic business from meetings on Tuesday, November the 14th, 2023. From 12:45 to 3:30 p.m. Would someone like to move the motion? Great. Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Council, is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Council, are there any other items of new business? And yes, there are. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I've submitted a request also for an LOA for civic business for meeting reserves on November 21st and November 22nd from 3 to 5 p.m.
Great. Is there a seconder? Great. Councillor Bly. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Councillor Klassen.
I have a leave of absence request for December 13th from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. for personal business, December 14th from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. for personal business, and December 18th, 6 p.m. onward for civic business.
Thank you, Councillor Joe. Thank you very much. Council, is there any discussion? Nope. Okay. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I have a motion to change for December 6th business license hearing that Councillor Klassen replace Councillor Bly at the hearing on December 6th, 2023.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Joe. Any discussion, Council? No. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I have actually three new business items. One is an LOA for December 20th, 4 p.m. onwards for personal business. The second is December 14th, an LOA for civic business, 5 p.m. onwards. And I also, and I'll put it in writing, have one more for December 18th from 5 p.m. onwards for civic business.
Great. Any discussion? All those in favor say yay. Okay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. And myself, advance this year, requesting a leave of absence on November the 15th from noon to 1:30 p.m. for personal reasons. Can I get a seconder? Great. Councillor Bly, thank you. Council, any discussion? No. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those any opposed say nay. Great. Carries. Last chance. Anyone else? No. Okay. We are going to go to inquiries and other matters. Council, are there any inquiries or other matters? Right. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and through you to the city managers. Just, I understand that in just under 2 weeks' time, staff will be providing an update with respect to some of the efforts around childcare regulations. And as we've learned just this over the last number of days, is that another home-based childcare expansion has been denied through the Director of Planning. I'm curious if when staff bring that update to us in a couple weeks, if staff could also identify how many of these home-based care operations we have in the city, how many applications we currently have in the queue, because this is the second of, and I know there are others informally that have applications in, but could we get that information as part of that report back? I don't need it now, but I think it would be of interest to council.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so whether it's at that or otherwise, we can definitely get you that information.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. A question through you to the city manager. Curious about the status of activating spaces on Hastings Street. I was recently at the Aboriginal front door and they are bursting at the seams with storage, and they're about to open a shelter. And I know that we've had staff looking at activating some spaces. There seem to be a lot of vacant spaces, and with the ongoing regular sweeps of Hastings and the need for places to go, not just shelters and but just access for folks indoors. Has there been any progress?
Thanks, Councillor. So I can definitely give you an update. It is an issue that our staff are reviewing continually and looking for space that may be suitable. Of course, there's an operating funding and often capital component, funding components that come with those, but I'm happy to get you an update on that. It is a super challenging issue for sure, finding space that's suitable and that landlords are prepared to rent for that purpose, but I'm happy to follow up with more detail from the team.
Sure, and just to put a flag in there for the Aboriginal front door, because I know that they're looking for some support to add bunks for shelter space in addition to the storage bins that they're doing right now. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Also through you to the inquiry to the city manager regarding the short-term rental. So I think I circulated a list of questions. So I just wondering, you know, with the new provincial legislation passed without any amendment, what is our plan in terms of the bylaw enactment, and what is our plan in terms of enforcement? And can we have some regular update about the enforcement progress to the city council?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so happy to provide council with an update on that. And kind of the immediate steps and then longer term as we do get more information from the province. The information that is expected to flow under that provincial legislation will take some time to actually get to us, but happy to give you those details and keep council apprised.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just want to take a moment to actually thank all the people who were involved in putting on the Remembrance Day activities this past week. The National Remembrance Day ceremonies on November the 11th at Cenotaph Square, but also in Chinatown, and the Aboriginal Veterans Remembrance Day on November 8th. It takes a lot of people to put on those events. And, sorry, a frog in my throat, or maybe it's a catch. It is remarkable to see the vets there, the 100-year-old veteran who spoke so articulately on November the 11th. So again, thanks to everyone who put their effort into it, and it is so important that we remember. I think especially given the precariousness we are in the world today around the whole situation in the Mideast and in other places, it's a scary time for many people, and so thank you to everyone.
Said, thank you very much. Okay, on that note, seeing no one else on the queue, may we have a motion to adjourn? Great, Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.